good.
I want you to get up now. I want all of you to get up out of your chairs. I want you to get up right now and go to the window, open it, and stick your head out and yell, "I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore!"
passed along the way.
Alexa, what are they saying about JFK, the second coming of Christ?
From Substack.com. One woman at the rally told a reporter that, "What we're learning is that JFK, when he was shot here, he was the second coming of Jesus Christ, and he was resurrected 4 days later, and he's been living in witness protection as well as his son and more than 900 others."
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society, and we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret society, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no rumor is printed, no secret is revealed. That is why the Athenian lawmaker Solon decreed it a crime for any citizen to shrink from controversy. But I am asking your help in the tremendous task of informing and alerting the American people, confident that with your help, man will be what he was born to be, free and independent.
Behind closed doors, all you live for all that nasty crap is going away. It's going to happen a whole lot faster than you can imagine. It's going to happen so fast, it's going to blow your mind. It's like, when's it here yet? It's going to come yet? It's going to come yet? When it gets here, it's going to mow your ass over. Oh my God, it's going fast. Oh my God, look, God, it's going fast. I never thought it would go this fast. That's what it's going to be like. Trust me. Because there's so much stuff coming. It's just going to keep pouring in like an avalanche. Just pouring in, pouring in, pouring in. That's what it's going to be like. And it's going to kick your ass mentally. Little sparks can go off in your head, you know. Oh my God, I can't believe I was such a dumbass. That's what you're going to say. I guarantee it. Because I know a lot more about what's going to happen than you do.
I seem to recognize your face, haunting, familiar, yeah. I can't seem to place it. Cannot find a candle of thought to light your name. Lifetimes are catching up with me. All these changes take place. I wish I'd seen the place, but no one's ever taken me. Hearts and thoughts, they fade away. Hearts and thoughts, they fade away. I swear I recognize your breath. Memories like fingerprints are slowly erasing. You wouldn't recall, or I'm not my father. It's hard when you're stuck upon the shelf. I changed by not changing at all. Small town predicts my fate. Perhaps that's what no one wants to see. I just wanna scream hello. My God, it's been so long. Never dreamed you'd return, but now here you are, and here I am. My hearts and thoughts, they fade away. 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 Hearts and thoughts, they
Lightning crashes, a new mother cries. Hopeless until it falls to the floor. The angel opens her eyes. The confusion sets in before the doctor can even close the door. Lightning crashing, an old mother dies. Her intentions fall to the floor. The angel closes her eyes. The confusion that was hers belongs now to the baby down the hall. Oh, my feeling coming back again, like a rolling thunder chasing the wind, forces pulling from the center of the earth. I can feel it. Lightning crashes, a mother cries. This moment she's been waiting for. The angel opens her eyes, pale blue colored eyes, presents the circle, puts the glory out to hide. Oh, my feeling coming back again, like a rolling thunder chasing the wind, forces pulling from the center of the earth. I can feel it. I can feel it. I can feel it coming back again, like a rolling thunder chasing the wind, forces pulling from the center of the earth. I can feel it. I can feel it coming back again, like a rolling thunder chasing the wind, forces pulling from the center of the earth. I can feel it. I can feel it coming back again, like a rolling thunder chasing the wind, forces pulling from the center of the earth. I can feel it. I can feel it. I can
The most important thing people need to realize is that the next 40 years are going to be nothing like the last 40. The people that are in La La Land, they'll find that out. Nothing could be further from the truth. It was going to be hell on earth. Well, guess what? Somebody said they were going to do something. And they're going to follow through with it. Because he said, there's a plot in this country to enslave every man, woman, and child. And before I leave this high and noble office, I intend to expose that plot. That was JFK. And right now, as crazy as it sounds, he's the president of the United States of America. You'll find out.
Is that Jesus?
Shower in the dark day, clean sparks diving down, cool on the waterway, where the baptized drown, naked in the cold sun, breathing life like fire. I thought I was the only one, but that was just a lie, 'cause you heard it in the wind. Saw it in the sky. I thought it was the end. I thought it was the 4th of July. A pale and flare light, still like
Happy Saturday, Patriots. How you guys doing? It's good to see you like always. I love hanging out with you guys. You guys and gals. Do I have to say that, or are we getting away from that wokeism stuff? Anyway, I hope you guys are having a good weekend. So far, so quiet, at least in the political world. And yet, there's all kinds of crazy stuff running around the internet today. Sort of like always, but I'd say a lot better, like a lot more cool stuff. So I actually have a really great show. Not that my shows aren't always fun, but a good show, maybe. We'll see. To be determined. Where do we start? Of course, it is Human Trafficking Awareness Day, in case you were not aware. And threw some numbers up there at the top, to call if you need to call. Know anybody needs to call. Stuff like that. Got to make a call. Do people make calls anymore? Seems like everybody I meet doesn't want to use the phone. All right. Where do we start today? For a while we were talking about who the first arrest would be, because they always said the first arrest would shock the world. And we guessed lots and lots of people, from Benjamin Netanyahu to Obama to Podesta to Hillary. And the theory I read today, amongst all the digging, is actually maybe the most fascinating I read. And we were talking about it in the chat, obviously, for some of you. And I feel like I'm missing a piece of this, so I'm going to have to look for the other image. But where they're going with this is a prediction, or I don't know if you'd call it a prediction or inside knowledge. I try and look for some of the more credible sources out there, at least. But J.D. Vance would be the first arrest, and it would revolve around him setting up an assassination plot against President Trump, basically. No, there wasn't a timetable on this, but logically, and what they added is that it would be the way that John F. Kennedy Jr. would come in and take the position, not that we don't already believe that he is in that position, but ceremoniously, I think we were using that big word yesterday. It's very interesting because there are divided opinions on J.D. Vance, obviously. A lot of divided opinions. And you can't help but wondering, I mean, of all the stuff right now, it seems logical. Obviously, Benjamin Netanyahu's already, he's a wanted man already. He should have been arrested already, frankly. But that's another story. We're not on that story today. And, of all the people that we talk about that are still alive, I've got another interesting one for you today that I had never considered, and it was actually right in front of us the whole time, and I thought it was pretty interesting. We'll get to that. I'm trying not to kill you with the same stories, but I gotta bring up a few things about the stupid fire. Obviously, there's more evacuations going on, per the 180,000 they were talking about yesterday, plus no-fly zones, obviously. And Biden's going to try and use government money to make up the cost for him when they did nothing for the people in North Carolina. And obviously FEMA doesn't have any money left, but it's kind of interesting. It's like the dickish move of the year, I would say. But we'll look more into that. We'll try not to dwell we'll keep it flowing. This one is really annoying. Parker Cardwell says, I heard from my brother, a firefighter in Oregon, that the 60 fire trucks the state sent to support the LA fires are being held up in Sacramento for emissions testing, per the law there in California. They likely won't pass inspection and won't be able to help. What a joke. Yeah, exactly. What a joke. It's almost like they don't want to put that fire out, though, right? Right. And there's some interesting opinions on that as well we're going to look at tonight. Like maybe it just needed to burn. And a lot of it might burn, it seems like. So, Marjorie Taylor Greene is suggesting that Newsom might be criminally responsible for all of this. And meanwhile, the fire chief is sticking to the fact in her mind, apparently, that DEI is her top priority. As fires rage through the Los Angeles area, Kristen M. Crowley, the first woman and lesbian to become Los Angeles Fire Department chief, is facing harsh criticism for her focus on DEI initiatives. And, wow, I feel like I'm missing part of that post too. We'll see. A lot of posts. Yeah, but she was quoted about it, and she was very specific on how DEI should always be the top priority. Other people would say that he was disposed of a long time ago, back in 2022, according to this ad. If you happen to follow or believe in Real Raw News, that's an opinion you have to decide. Meanwhile, Governor Newsom has convened a special session of the legislature to Trump-proof California while LA burns. Yes, he's trying to prepare California for a Trump presidency, or so some say. Not that that would be surprising, but of course, in other people's minds, that's not Gavin Newsom at all. Here's one of the arson suspects, the one they said had 5 cell phones and a United Nations prepaid debit card on him. That's an interesting story people are talking about. Okay. So do you remember this woman from the Oprah interview we've watched before? Back in the 80s, the interview on the satanic families and stuff. Well, some are suggesting that this is Mama Cass. And I looked at a lot of photos, and I'm like almost certain. Could she be one of the people that faked her death and went along like Elvis did? I mean, there's a lot of proof on the Elvis side of things, so it seems. Going into these programs to sort of help, I think, what they say, FBI at the time, different government programs to try and shut this shit down. You get it? Yeah, I know. I heard about 50 people changing the channel right there. Call it what you will. It is being talked about. So, take it for what you will. And so the post says, Cass Elliot is this woman on Oprah Winfrey's infamous satanic ritual abuse show. Pointy finger. Gotta add 2 of the pointy fingers. Moving on. What are we moving on to? This guy, again, Mr. John Fetterman. President Trump invited me to meet, and I accepted. I've been clear that no one is my gatekeeper. I will meet with them and have a conversation with anyone who helps me deliver for Pennsylvania and the nation. I find that to be an interesting statement after Trump's statement about meeting backstage with Obama at the Jimmy Carter funeral thing. I don't know. They're all just playing a role. all the world's a stage and somebody stole some military equipment. Yet, there's something about this that doesn't make sense to me. Let's see if you can pick it up while I'm reading. On Wednesday, the 8th, between 8 p.m. and 11:30 p.m., unknown suspects entered a storage warehouse at the Army Reserve Center in Tustin. Multiple storage lockers were discovered with locks removed and missing gear. An attempt was made to cut a lock to a uniform storage, but however, it was unsuccessful. A fence was cut to gain access to a military vehicle parking lot where 3 Humvees were stolen. The suspects left the area at an unknown time. The Army has informed us there's no known loss of weapons or ammunition other than what is listed below, which is 3 Humvees, 8 machine gun vehicle mounts, 7 freestanding machine gun tripods, medical equipment, 40 pairs of binoculars, and 18 bayonets. What is wrong with that post? I find it odd that their military uniforms are better locked up than the Humvees and the machine gun stuff and the stuff that the Humvees are equipped with. Maybe that's just me, but the theory is that they were trying to steal the Humvees and uniforms to do a false flag. They got the Humvees. They didn't get the uniforms. So, if you live in Tustin, California, that might be concerning. Moving on, guys. So let's talk about this. This is fascinating. Trump, he's now a felon, right? Technically will serve 4 years in the White House. That's a joke part, but is there a reason for it? Yeah, they keep calling it the boomerang, and I'm surprised I missed this the first time around because obviously it allows him to officially, prosecute the other presidents. It sets the major precedent, like it says there. The presidents can now be felons. So that means you can charge the other presidents now. Get what I'm saying? I find that absolutely fascinating. I can't believe I missed it because I thought it was more about swaying the votes with these court cases, but I think they had mentioned that before, and some of these things we just bypass, and then time goes on. It finally comes to what it's supposed to be, and then, yay. It's actually fun stuff, right? Oh yeah, I forgot that pick. I guess what? I'm a felon now. Get ready for the boomerang. I'm ready for the boomerang. Are you guys ready for the boomerang? Australia might be ready for the boomerang if this document's accurate. Treason trials, February 8th, 2025. Peaceful and lawful. I know there's some of you out there, a couple of you from Australia. Anything? Am I missing something about this? Should I be reading the fine print? Because it's small fine print, but I mean, not fine print, but it's like, it's a small picture. You get what I'm saying. I don't know. Treason trials. What else would you call it? The People's Court commences. Let's see. See if I can read some of this. Grand jury, a jury typically of 23 people selected to examine the validity of an accusation prior to a trial, indictment. Obviously, we kind of know what those are. Let's see. The corruption whistleblowers, freedom rally, event 2, the People's Court treason trials. You do want a lawful constitutional government, don't you? www.corruptionwhistleblowers.com. There you go. There you go, Brady. You're down under, aren't you, my friend? You gotta find out about that because I got to know more. I'll stop messing with the microphone, I promise. Anyway, I mean, I don't know. It sounds pretty good. I'm not in Australia, so I don't. I don't know if that sounds legit or not. Ricardo Bosey is. I think he's been talking about that. This is interesting. That was posted today from Jack Posobiec. Posobiec. I hear people say it both ways. 34 current and former Minneapolis police officers come forward to say that Derek Chauvin's neck restraint was trained and authorized by the Minneapolis Police Department. I assume that's what that is. Chief Blackwell lied. So does that mean the whole thing was a setup? You know, an act? Is that what that's saying? Am I reading that right? How do you guys read that? Is there not a lot of shit happening? Sorry for saying shit. It's kind of interesting, though. Kind of exciting. I hope it's all... I mean, there's a source right there. Of course, people can make this shit up. Let's talk about this map again for a second, because people were pointing out some interesting things with it, and there's actually a video sort of tied in we'll get to. Got a lot to get to. It's just all in funny order. I like the price of that. $369. Learn to read the map. You have more than you realize. News unlocks the map. So, some of these things on the map were pointed out. The church steeple in Indianapolis we had saw from Gene Ho. Statue of Liberty / Lucifer Roots in Arizona. Body in Utah. Torch in Montana. Is Arizona the center of the earth? We've got a video to go with that. Barcode, Colorado, and into New Mexico. Circle and Star, Texas resembles the Hyatt floor, which I got a picture of. Twin Towers in Arkansas and Missouri. That's the one I haven't figured out yet. If somebody has a clue or an idea, let me know. Face in Washington, body in Oregon. Troll face in Idaho. That's interesting. Feline cat face in a robed figure in Montana and North Dakota? Is that what that says? Funny man in white suit, face in South Dakota, body in Nebraska, legs in Kansas. Sideway face, facing west, or is it east? Oklahoma. Bird flu strand in Louisiana, which we saw that one too. It's interesting. And let me show you some more. I think I have better pictures of that. Let's see. Yeah, that's the steeple. The Statue of Liberty, spanning Arizona, Utah, and Montana. What do you think that means exactly? Colorado and New... You know, I had a thought about part of it, actually, because isn't a lot of that been taken over by the government? Like a big portion of some of those states, and maybe they're going to, I don't know, do something with it. Maybe get back to the people, maybe use it, maybe move the capital there, maybe, I don't know. Interesting. I'm sure we will hear more about those. And when we do, I think that's all I have to do with the map. Oh yeah, the Hyatt floor in Texas. moving forward. Yeah, no, I don't mean to bring up this argument again or get into that whole what's flat and what's round and what's flat and what's round, but here at the fine print it says exists beyond our physical realm. Nikola Tesla said Earth is not a planet, but rather it is a realm. What we see in our sky is a reflection. Reflections are important. Q. Of the realms beyond the firmament, ice wall, Antarctica / yeah. What do you guys think of that? I can't wait to read the chat. That was terrible. All right, moving on. It's about as terrible as the entire argument right there, is it? But doesn't the idea of more existing out there sound awesome, though? It would make for some awesome adventure. Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy will aim to cut $2 trillion from the federal budget by July 4th of 2026. So I have a feeling they'll do it a lot faster than that for some reason. There were people out there today still arguing about whether or not they believe Elon Musk is good or bad, and they were kind of throwing some other people in there like Joe Rogan and Charlie Kirk, and that they did bad shit before, apparently. I don't know if that's true. You gotta question the source on all that too, so I just thought I would point it out. Other people don't think that's Elon Musk. Do I have to keep pointing that out after every person I show on here? Okay. Moving on. Bipartisan legislation is being reintroduced by Corey Mills, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and others to prohibit members of Congress and their spouses and dependents from owning or trading individual stocks. Did hell freeze over? That's what we're all asking ourselves, right? Or maybe there's just some cool shit happening. Yeah, I know. It's the weekend. Moving forward. Boeing has donated $1 million to President-elect Trump's inaugural fund. We did wake up on Earth this morning, right? Right? Did we? Is somebody going to tell me it has like another name? That would be the day. California Republicans have introduced a bill to ban biological males from competing in women's sports. Yeah, California. I mean, come on. Really? Needs done. I mean, whoever let that slip, I don't know. Here's an interesting one from Liz Crokin. For those of you who don't know, the sexual predator abused me, which resulted in me quarantined in the hospital fighting for my life in 2012. Was friends with the Getty family. This is when I started investigating the Getty family and their network and began to learn how incredibly evil these people truly are. The Cabal Getty family has been at the top of the sinister system of control in California. My personal horror story is what sparked the fire inside of me to expose elite pedophiles and their networks. My quest for justice is personal. This is why I will never stop fighting, and nobody can pay me off or stop me from my mission that God called me and anointed me to do. And the museum is currently in the path of the fire now, not just that little outbuilding thinger. And somewhere here, I don't know if I have it up right now. I have an image from the Playboy Mansion to the Getty, and there's just like a perfect path for a tunnel. And then there's all these other houses, famous people. Tunnels. They have lots of tunnels. Maybe they think they can scurry away like rats. Oh, man. I've got a fascinating video on that too. Got some good stuff tonight. Tatted up Tren de Aragua Hellcat La Barbie was allowed to ditch ankle monitor before being caught running a hotel sex prison in Texas, I believe. Whoa. Maybe that's New York. You know, it looks like she's standing in New York, but yeah, it says Texas. Texas Border Hotel taken over by gangbangers. I did hear about that. I did. There's a lot of outcry about gangbangers in London as well. Biden regime to brief incoming Trump administration on anomalous health incidents possibly caused by pulsed electromagnetic or acoustic energy. What the hell, right? Right? Credit advanced echelon. Interesting. Pretty fascinating, actually, when you think about it. This came out yesterday. I must have missed that one yesterday. Don't tell me nothing's happening. Hear what I'm saying, guys? That's rolling with the positivity right there. And Elon Musk hinted that the CIA was responsible for killing Jeffrey Epstein. I'm not sure I'd call that breaking news, but you know. Red flag. New Jersey no longer requiring teachers to pass basic skills tests for reading and math. You know, I you know, I get it. But, I mean, they have to have a degree anyway, you know, and that comes with a lot of reading and a lot of writing and a bit of math, which I was terrible at. When I sat down for my math class and it got to be test time, I would have rather been learning Chinese than taking math. It looked like Chinese on the paper to me, and it just drove me insane, really. The gematria stuff's kind of interesting. Smaller numbers. Without formulas. So, obviously, we had talked a tiny bit about this. Meta and Facebook scrapping the DEI amid broader corporate retreat from diversity policies and other companies doing the same. McDonald's, Walmart, Boeing, Molson Coors, Lowe's, Ford, Jack Daniels, Harley Davidson, John Deere, Tractor Supply, Toyota, Nissan, and Caterpillar. The DEI grift is dying. Good riddance to a bunch of rubbish. All right. Where are we? That takes us to Tina Peters. Are we already up to Tina Peters? Let me make sure. Don't want to hold anything out on you. I do have some more really fascinating stuff to read here in a little bit, but we've got a lot of cool videos, and it's time for some videos. You think Frank Zappa's still alive? He's a pretty interesting guy. I can see him. Tina Peters transferred to different Colorado facility. She's having some threats on her life, they said, which is pretty crazy, really, when you think about it. Where is this coming from? Where are you coming from? There's another picture there. Where are you? Oh, there's nothing there. Okay. Sorry, guys. That's where we're going to start our show today, with a message from Tina Peters, and then we're going to jump into some really cool things. Wish Tina well, though. I hope and pray that when Trump has his inauguration, in what I believe will be 9 days, I hope he pardons this woman for real. For real, for real.
All right, everyone, I'm in the Laramie County Jail with Hero, Tina.
That's David Clements, by the way. He's got an interesting voice.
Peters, and I just wanted to give her a chance to check in with you all and tell you all what's on her heart. So, Tina, just give us an update.
Well, the only thing that keeps me going are you guys out there. It's been some pretty dark days, I'll be honest. I never ever thought, and I'm sure you out there have never thought about being locked up in a small cell. Especially, a lot of these women here, practically all of them, have done something to deserve being here, either drugs or other offenses. But when you're locked up and you're innocent and you're locked up for doing the right thing, it's hard. It's really hard because I don't have anything in common with the people here. And you have no freedom. You really don't have any freedom. We're usually locked down most of the day. When we get out, it's to have lunch. Our meals consist of, I finally got on a kosher diet because I knew I could get something
Tell everyone
fresh.
about your, what a typical day looks like for eating.
Okay, all right. Well, 5:30 in the morning, they wake us up. The lights are on 24/7 in our cells. But the brightest lights come on at 5:30 in the morning, and then they stay on until 10 o'clock at night. We get out about that time to go have breakfast. My breakfast consists of an apple and peanut butter, which I'm grateful because that's on a kosher diet. For lunch, I'm lucky if I get the sliced carrots, raw carrots, and they give me cookies. The rest of the stuff I can't eat. And then for dinner, we always get a sandwich. So it's either bologna and cheese, which I don't eat bologna, or peanut butter and jelly, and it's not the kind of jelly that you get at home. Everything is it's very very basic. The language the women use, the things they talk about. A lot of these women have been. I was sitting with a girl at breakfast today, and her mom is 43 years old, has always been an addict, and she's in here. Her brother was in here, and it's just systemic. It just goes through families. It's really.
You mentioned that behind you is the entertainment. That's the library.
This is it. There's a few books that are not the type of books that most of us would want to read. And then the other two levels are Bibles, which you only need one Bible. You're only allowed 3 books. You can't receive books from outside. They say you can use your tablet. The tablet is an Android device that is not like an iPad at all. You don't have internet. No internet access at all, so I don't even know what's going on in the news except for what what you can tell me.
And then I want to ask you, much of what you've been through, even though you've got so many tireless advocates that care about you. I shared with you that our Logan retreat, the Joe Hoft story, where your mom reached out and asked that some of the articles that have been circulated be sent to Trump. And so I just got back from D.C. For the pardon press conference for the J6ers. You've kind of been integrated into the J6 community because everything that you're fighting for is really the same stuff that they have.
Yes.
But you've been convicted of state charges. So we're all praying for a miracle, not quite knowing how this is going to unfold. But if you could send a message to Donald Trump, whether it's your case or all the J6 cases, what would your wishes be?
Yes. Well, as you know, every Friday on my show, I always dedicated to the J6 community. And Nikki Whithoff, Ashley Babbitt's mom, is a dear friend, and the other ladies with her. Freedom Corner, I've been there, and it's a really special place. These people are standing out there. They were standing out there just this past week and every night for over 700 days in the snow, in the rain, in the freezing up, faithfully. And so, it's people like them that are standing up for people like us. That really means a lot. But I would say to President Trump, we're standing up for you. The election records that I preserved, I'm the only one in Colorado, and maybe across the United States, that preserved the 2020 election records. All the rest of them in this state were erased. If not for doing the images, the before and after image before the trusted build, I don't even like to call it that, we would not have those records. And so President Trump, there's more clerks, there's more election officials that want to stand up for transparent, free, fair elections. It needs to be fixed.
Just do what
we're wishing. We're risking it all to make sure that every single person in this, in not just the United States but around the world, because we know that Venezuela was affected by this, Brazil, many nations. This is going on in Serbia. The judge would not allow us to put in the emails from Serbia linking me and what was going on with what we found. I would encourage President Trump that you have someone review the Mesa County reports 1, 2, and 3 if you haven't already, and we need to implement change before the 2024 before the midterms, because governors will be elected during that time and other legislators. But get me out.
Well, and one last question. The American people, MAGA has been standing by you, but right now, I just want to let you know that we aren't forgetting about you. We do love you. And if you had a message to send to just the Americans out there, what would you tell them right now?
You're the wind under my wings. I had somebody ask me what I do in my cell, and really, it's just the thoughts of getting out. You can't acclimate to this life. You can never give up. You can never give in. You can never back down. I would say stand up, ask God what it is that He's called you to do in this lifetime, and be about doing it and stand for something. I appreciate you all so much. I'm very grateful. I'm grateful for the Yellow Ribbon campaign, for the banners, for the letters, and for reaching out to President Trump. He is a great president, always has been, and we need to protect and make sure that our vote counts. Thank you all so much. I'm so grateful.
God bless Tina Peters, guys. So get this. Greenland is ready to talk about its freedom. It's fascinating.
Ønsket om selvstændighed, ønsket om at være her i eget hus, er der nok forståeligt for alle folk, der er i verden. Og den kamp fra Grønlands side har jo aldrig været nyt. Det er ikke lige sket i går. Det er ikke sket, da jeg holdt nytårstalen. Men tingene har udviklet sig den vej i rigtig mange år, i hvert fald i mange årtier. Vi vil ikke være danskere, vi vil ikke være amerikanere, vi vil selvfølgelig være grønlændere. Og selvfølgelig er det den grønlandske folk, som bestemmer deres fremtid. Det tror jeg, der er en fælles forståelse for. Og at bygge frem til det er også det, som alle burde have respekt for. Og selvfølgelig, der er mange ting, som der foregår i verden. Det er en foranderlig verden. For 3-4 år siden har vi nok ikke troet, at vi var her. Og de problemstillinger, vi har i dag, ikke var gældende.
Har du været i kontakt med Donald Trump, den kommende amerikanske præsident?
Nej, men vi er klar til at snakke sammen. Jeg tror, vi begge to er klar til at øge dialogen og række ud, og dermed også snakke om de ting, der samler os i den verden, vi lever i.
USA er vores tætteste og nærmeste allierede, og fra vores side vil vi gøre alt, hvad vi kan for at fortsætte at have et tæt samarbejde. Vi skal stå sammen europæisk, og vi skal stå sammen transatlantisk. Og derfor er det sådan set også positivt med en stigende amerikansk interesse, hvad angår Grønland. Det er en interesse, der bliver større, men det er altså også en interesse, som på ingen måde er ny. Og når det så kommer til spørgsmålet om selvstændighed, så vil jeg gerne slå fast, at det er i vores øjne en beslutning, der starter og slutter i Nuuk og i Grønland. Grønland er grønlændernes, ingen andres. Muti, du har været meget klar i dine ord. Det er Grønland, der selv skal definere jeres fremtid.
So, I'll be honest, I don't know if this was before Don Jr. went or after Don Jr. went, but I think what it is a great symbol and sign of exactly what they've been talking about is supposed to happen there. It's not even about necessarily becoming Americans. It's just about being Greenlandic again, as they say it, having their own. They don't want to be Danes anymore. You get it? They just don't. I think that's cool, though. I think it's a direction of where things are going all around the world, and the sign of all the stuff we've been discussing all this time. It does seem like things are going fast, but there's also other talk out there.
Percent of the county of Los Angeles.
They want to destroy 60% of the county of Los Angeles.
Yes, and of course you have high winds coming again tonight, and winds forecast all week. And part of the question, let me just add this too, is are those winds themselves natural? It's a Santa Ana type wind coming off of the desert, and which is dry air, and then very intense. You usually get those in the fall, September, October, sometimes into November, but this is a very late period for those Santa Ana winds. And part of the rest of the question is, they're clearly being affected by activity that has been done within our weather control, weather modification capabilities. So who's turning the dials there? Who has the authority to turn the dials there? That is, nation state level stuff on our side. They're spraying material along the western side of the test range there, of which Area 51 is the center. That material that's being sprayed is being pushed by various types of tools that we have, using standing waves, other types of wave.
Interesting, huh? That episode will probably be out tomorrow, I imagine. It's supposed to come out quick, and we'll see what it's about exactly. It makes you wonder, but maybe this even kind of goes with why it's happening.
So your NDA is expired and you could talk about this. You used to work at a secret Starbucks, is that right?
Yeah, there is a Starbucks that is like above reserve, like a Starbucks no one's ever heard of or been to. All right. Have you ever wondered while driving in Los Angeles, how come you've never seen like Will Smith stuck in traffic on the 405?
Yeah.
I've never seen a 1%er just in their car stuck in traffic.
Why is that?
That's because there's a series of intricate tunnels underneath Los Angeles known as the Achterbahn. I'm not kidding. Like, they get access points to move through the city without ever having to be in traffic. You can come up in LAX, you can pop up at Dodger Stadium. Underneath there in those tunnels is Starbucks set up at different locations to allow them to get coffees while they're driving. All
Who's
of
them?
that stuff. Seinfeld.
You've seen
Oprah.
Seinfeld down there?
Bono. I've seen Seinfeld down there. Dude, almond milk latte, 2 shots.
Wow.
Yeah.
Was he a good tipper?
They don't have to pay.
So this has been underneath Los Angeles for a few years now? I mean, how long has this been there for?
I mean, it predates me. It seems like the city was built on top of it. So, I think this goes all the way back to the 20s.
This doesn't seem real almost. This is crazy.
I imagine how I sound saying it to people.
What the... You know, like I said, there's tunnels everywhere. They scurry around like rats. Maybe they have to burn out the rats. I don't know. Maybe they think they can hide. Maybe when they come up out of their tunnels, they won't have homes left. And maybe the military will be waiting for them. There are more than 8,000 National Guard on the ground already, and the evacuations are getting bigger, so I imagine they'll deploy more. I mean, I'm just hoping. I mean, I'm also hearing John F. Kennedy's voice everywhere, Jr. You know, the whole master of disguise thing, it's got me hearing hearing him in every video. I'll show you another one here in a minute. Let's look at some of these odd videos talking about how these fires might have started.
Yeah, go ahead, Gary.
That was said to be from SG Anon. Oh, I've got a great video of his we're going to watch tonight. I don't know if it was or not, though. There's a lot of fakes copying after him, particularly him for some reason. Well, because he's him. It sort of looked like how they would, you know, burn the fields or whatever. But it depends on when that video is taken, really. And that wasn't in the context, so maybe they are starting fires with blowtorches. But there's other weird ones.
Of, şuralar ateş. Bak, of. Ah, 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 ah. Ah, ah, oh, oh. Of Allah'ım.
I'm trying to remember where this one was. This one's not in the country. I think this is Istanbul, it said. And that's just kind of to show you, you know. And, you know, obviously, I don't know what the deal is with all these, but there's some funky videos out there today.
Il recommence et les mêmes patterns se répètent. Les maisons sont détruites mais les arbres restent debout. Très similaire aux images de Maui. Avec encore des objets bleus miraculeusement épargnés. On retrouve aussi du métal fondu, alors que l'acier se liquéfie à 1300 degrés. Je doute qu'un feu de forêt puisse atteindre une telle température. Regardez cette maison, voiture calcinée, buissons intacts, parce qu'ils utilisent des systèmes précis. C'est une destruction ciblée, méthodique, qui utilise des armes à énergie dirigée. Voilà à quoi ça ressemble.
It's called directed energy, compact laser weapons system.
Think of it like a welding torch being put on target, but from many hundreds of meters away.
Et comme mentionné ici, elles produisent des dommages structurels, Les compteurs électriques ont aussi été survoltés à distance pour créer des courts-circuits. Donc c'est pas un wildfire, c'est un smart fire, un burn back better. Les assurances ont été annulées avant les incendies. Le budget des pompiers est réduit de 17 millions aussi un mois avant. Et comme à Maui, l'eau a été coupée. Vous voyez le plan ? C'est stratégique et suit l'agenda du développement durable. Voilà pourquoi il y a des projets en cours comme Maui Smart et Smart LA 2028. Parce que pour ce genre de projet, il faut d'abord détruire pour reconstruire.
Yeah, part of what he was saying, they were connecting to the LA stuff too, with overloading the circuits. Somewhere they're also using the smart meters. Where did they say they were installing? New Jersey or New York? The smart meters on from the water department somewhere. I didn't know they did that at the water departments. Ours are like outside underground. This was supposedly in the homes. And they have lithium batteries that they can, with copper wires that are supposed to short circuit and make your whole house burn from the inside out, apparently. According to how they say. Is anybody here an electrician? Maybe you can tell me if that theory lines up with what people are saying about it. It sounds about right. If it could set, make all the wiring in your house actually set fire to what's inside of your house. I don't know. Anyway, I don't want to stick to the fire too long, but this is hilarious.
719 Island Street, gone.
It's been home her whole life, but she barely recognises it.
Apocalypse.
Around every corner, almost complete destruction.
This was a little cooking store thing. This is a parking lot for a center.
Firefighting planes bringing water from the ocean to tackle the blazes still raging in all parts of this city. Growing too is anger at a perceived lack of preparedness by authorities.
We shouldn't be seeing this. We shouldn't. This is where people need to wake up. Because if you're voting and you're picking people for softness or for the fuzzy feeling you got because they seem like they're good people, I want to know that we're going to have someone in charge.
Then Rachel spots a face she recognises.
Is that Gavin Newsom? That's the governor. That's the governor. Governor, I live here, governor. That was my daughter's school, Governor. Please tell me what you're going to do. I'm not going to hurt him, I promise.
I'm literally talking to the president right now to specifically answer the question of what we can do for you and your daughter.
Can I hear it? Can I hear your call? Because I don't believe it.
California Governor Gavin Newsom is being criticised by some for water mismanagement as hydrants ran dry while fires multiplied.
So I have to get cell service.
So let's get it. Let's get it. I want to be here when you call the president.
I appreciate it. I'm doing that right now, and it's to immediately get reimbursements, individual assistance, and to help you. I'm devastated for you. I'm so sorry, especially for your daughter. I have 4 kids losing the school.
Everyone who went to school there, they lost their homes. They lost 2 homes because they were living in one and building another. Governor, please tell me, what are you going to do with the president right now?
We're getting the resources to help rebuild.
Why was there no water in the hydrants, Governor?
That's all literally.
Is it going to be different next time?
It has to be. Has to be. Of course.
What are you going to do?
I'm doing
to
everything
fill the
I can.
hydrants. I would fill them up personally. You know that.
I literally have.
I would fill up the hydrants myself.
I understand.
But would you do that?
I would do whatever I can.
But you're not. I see do you know there's water dripping over there, Governor? There's water coming out there. You can use it.
Diminishing winds are bringing some respite for firefighters, but it's likely to be brief. As estimated losses surge, there is still zero containment of this fire. Officials say they don't know the death toll. Dogs will be brought in to search this rubble for fatalities. Jeffrey and his partner Nicole are returning to their seaside community, once a little slice of paradise.
Each one is an individual neighbor. So this was my dearest friend, Gayleen, who I've known for my whole life, 35 years. That was our clubhouse where we would play pool every Friday. That was Ben's house. These are like my closest friends here.
They sift through the dust. In a plastic box, everything they can find. A turtle figurine, a garden gnome, a house name plaque. It's very little, but in a place where the loss is so huge, it means so much.
All right, folks. So, I mean, that was pretty. That woman did well. She didn't budge, and God bless her for that. Exactly what should happen. You know, between Diddy and the fires, I think Hollywood's symbolically dead. It's on fire. So here's the lineup. We're gonna watch SG Anon right now, and then after that, we're gonna go deep into what Mike Pence supposedly did, and what ended up happening because of that, and what happened to him. And it's a fascinating story, but we'll get to that. The night is young. It's Saturday. Let's have some fun, guys.
Who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future. I say these words to you tonight. I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We will make America strong again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. God bless you.
If tomorrow all the things were gone, I'd work for all my life. And I had to start
Go fast forward.
with just my children and my wife.
I can do it. It's been a while since I've heard that, though.
Your adversaries of treason. Who specifically are you accusing of treason?
Well, I think a number of people, and I think what you look is that they have unsuccessfully tried to take down the wrong person. These are corrupt politicians.
Affordable rates. Working with private carriers allows year-round enrollment opportunities to save money and get the best possible insurance. The cost of medical insurance can be like a second mortgage payment, so it's understandable that some people try to cut corners to save money with HMOs or MediShares. They're called MediShares because the member shares the liability of other members' claims. HMOs only cover in-network charges and leave an unlimited liability in the event of a large claim. There are proven ways to get the lowest possible rates without sacrificing coverage. If you are stuck paying for your own insurance, why not give David and Jesse a call to see if they can help you too? Call to get a free quote at 609-577-8557 or visit midatlanticba.com/newstreason. That's 609-577-8557 or visit midatlanticba.com/newstreason. Welcome, everybody. Welcome back to Channel 17. As you can see over my shoulder here, it is about 3 o'clock in the afternoon as of the recording of this stream that you'll be watching tonight at 8. We had to do that for scheduling purposes with our guest tonight. You're going to be watching an interview that we did with SG Anon. We got into a lot of current events topics, the fires, the situation with Canada, Greenland, and Panama, China, of course, and we dabbled into some of the events that we expect to potentially be taking place between now and the inauguration, or perhaps right after, as we roll into the new Trump administration. So a lot to digest there, as always with SG Anon. And before we get into it, I want to remind everybody of a couple of things. SG, myself, all of us folks will be the first one to remind everybody that what we do here is analysis. We're taking the narrative that we know, the stories we see, the comms that we get, the information from Q and using our discernment to come up with our best educated opinions on what could potentially happen or what is happening right now. And I have to repeat that because I want to remind people that nothing that any of us say, myself, SG, anybody that comes on this platform, should be interpreted as definitive. And as I said, SG will be the first one to tell you that. You'll hear him say this in his interview. We're in turbulent times. Let's face it. We've had 2 false flags last week. We have fires raging across the largest acreage city in the United States, Los Angeles, right now, with virtually no containment. These are trying times, and many of these events, as we talk about, are real, of course, and affecting real people. The stakes are very high, and I don't think it's that much of a stress of speculation to anticipate that more things are going to take place as we go through this transition period. However, that being said, when you hear analysis from myself or SG, it does not mean that what we are saying is exactly what's going to happen. It does not mean that you should be changing your life one way or another, or writing down that everything we speculate is what's going to happen. We should not be going around saying just because XYZ person said this might happen in a scare event, that means it's exactly what's going to take place. The bottom line is no one knows. Or if you would like to refer to Q, 10 people in the world know, and certainly none of them are coming on any of these podcasts to speak about it. And that's just an important point that I want to reiterate. What we do here is present to you our opinions the best that we possibly can. None of us are completely right. In fact, most of us are probably wrong on quite a few things, and that's just part of the way things go in a 5th generation war. But one of the things that we need to remind everybody of is no one at this point, especially at this point of the game, we've all been through so much. We've seen many people come and go that want to tell you that they know exactly what's going to happen. And anybody that's been at this for especially the last few years knows that that's simply not the case. No one should be telling you what to think. No one should be telling you who to believe, what to believe. The only people you should believe at this point of the game is yourself. Look out there, look at the information, take a little bit from each one of us, formulate your own opinions, protect your minds, control your emotions. We should not take any information on any platform as being gospel at this point. That is part of the reason they call it the fog of war. Things are headed in all different directions. We know the trajectory. We know we win in the end. We certainly know from the comms and from Q and from what we've been seeing out there in the world right now that there's going to be some tumultuous times. We are at war. But if you trust what you've seen over the last few years, you trust the way we have tried on platforms like this to demonstrate the level of control that we do have over the narrative, the protection we have over Trump, the fact that the military is involved, and at the end of the day, they will not lose, then you should be able to take comfort when discussing these events and the potential scenarios that we could see over the coming weeks and months. So with that being said, let's get right into our interview with SG Anon. Enjoy it, everybody. As always, it is my pleasure to welcome back to the show our good friend SG Anon. SG, how are you today, my friend?
Doing well, Dave. Thank you for having me back. It's good to be here.
So, and Happy New Year to you as well. So we're going to touch on a few interesting topics today, as we always do. It's always great to get your detailed analysis of all the different things happening in the world. Quite honestly, I think we're all on the same page. I think this week in particular kind of feels like a month has gone by already. It seems like a month ago that they certified the election for Trump with no major objections. I wanted to start with something that's obviously top of mind for everybody right now. Still taking place. We're still in the fog of information coming out of the fires in LA. Obviously, as we mentioned last night, of course, our thoughts and prayers go out to everybody that's affected by it. But I think we'd be remiss if we didn't identify some of the obvious the obvious narrative seeding and discussions that are already coming out of the fires in LA, right? There's, of course, the obvious one, which I think many people in the truth community have kind of been trained now over the last number of years to see the anomalies coming out of places like Area 51, perhaps seeding, the winds and things like that. And then, of course, on the flip side, you have and I hate to call it political, but really the referendum that seems to be happening very publicly on the liberal policies in LA. You have money being sent to Ukraine for their fire department, equipment being sent, Biden sending $500 million more to Ukraine. You see that right away comes out that the fire chief in LA had cut about $17.5 million out of the budget. And of course, the big one, which Donald Trump's been talking about for a long time, seemingly seeding the narrative of this lack of water. And now today you're getting all these celebrities coming out against these policies. So, SG, I think this is a great example of one of those things where we always try to remind people that although much of what we're watching is a show, there's a difference between the kinetic events, which obviously what's happening is very real, and the narrative side of things, which it certainly does seem separate of the kinetic events, is under the control of the white hats, and that they're able to spin the important topics and push it out to mass consciousness. So any angle you want to take on this, I'd just love to get your insights onto what you're seeing out of these fires right now.
Well, I got to say, Dave, that's a heck of a tee up. And when we talk about the fires and the things that are happening right now, we have to acknowledge that this is a warfare scenario, that we've been living in a warfare scenario really ever since Donald Trump took the reins of power in 2017. We saw that warfare begin to go a bit overt with some respect during the first Trump presidency with Crossfire Hurricane, Russiagate, all of the different shadow techniques that they utilized, to attempt to unseat a duly elected sitting U.S. president. And so now we've been in this period of time, post-COG, post-devolution initiation 2020 in response to the COVID biological warfare attack on humanity, and all bets are sort of off. But with that being, the context for our discussion here, we have to remember that all of the events that play out are going to have two sides of a coin, and both of those sides are vying for which side of the coin becomes the publicly accepted reality, becomes the publicly accepted narrative, right? We know that these fires happening right now in the greater Los Angeles area and Southern California have been driven by the deep state opponents that we face for a very long time. It's very likely that there are still DEWs, or localized frequency weapons, millimeter rays, and things of that nature that are able to start these fires that may not be under control yet of the United States Space Force, because so much of this existed outside of the chain of command. This existed outside of the public and the internal domain. There has not been a good report on all of the, a good itemized report, if we will, on all of the main things happening within those very high levels of military technology that the government has been hiding from the people for a very long time, and that's been on purpose. So this is sort of a hunt and find, or a seek and find operation, and it has been since 2021, has really accelerated at that point to now. And yet at the same time, we clearly have patriotic actors that are in control of major networks, that are in control of major information channels and dissemination campaigns. President Trump continues to seed out narratives into the fore that begin to show themselves true. We're now entering into the territory of terrorism attacks, which is one of the things that President Trump has highlighted with respect to the border and really just respect to the overall landscape of what's been playing out here domestically inside the United States. But we also have to remember, Dave, that there are irregular warfare objectives that are being accomplished by allowing some of this bureaucratic deep state apparatus to destroy its own self, to literally eat its own hand rather than be caught red-handed. And that's the situation that we've been witnessing, I think, with respect to Southern California. These fires have burned across the Palisades. The Palisades region is known for very high net worth individuals like Jamie Lee Curtis, who has lost a home, heavily involved in child trafficking and ritualistic abuse. Hunter Biden has lost a home. We sort of don't even need to go into his resume about abuse, torture, things of that nature. And one of the things that I think is very interesting, sort of in an ancillary way, Dave, is the fact that we also saw these fires burn up a very large area of a Cemex concrete plant, CEMEX. And that particular company has been associated with trafficking, with tunnel systems, with producing the raw materials for the construction of tunnel systems for a very long time. And this is a long track record with that particular entity specifically, going back to at least 2022, where we've seen 4 separate fires raging at different Cemex plants across the United States of America, and no formal investigation coming from that, no formal reason being given, and the company just sort of says mum the word. So with respect to what we've got going on, is it a tragedy? It absolutely is. Is it a very unfortunate reality of the dynamic warfare situation that we are all living in? It absolutely is. And my heart and prayers go out to those that are affected by these things, but they are accomplishing simultaneously important goals. And one of those goals, I believe, has been to burn out some of those tunnel systems that remain in that area of Southern California, many of which connect back to the Getty Museum.
Yeah, and that is, I think that's one of the very interesting parts of it. And as well, you mentioned all the different people that lost homes. I was actually just looking around on the New York Post today, and they were already putting up a list of some of the people that lost homes, and some of the names you mentioned, Hunter. It's pretty interesting, some of the names that are coming up. I also saw Tom Hanks and Rita Wilson on here, Ben Affleck, Steven Spielberg. So it's even interesting that what we believe to be the white hat controlled media, some of the names that they're highlighting on this and putting into public consciousness. And I had not seen that story about Cemex, but that is very interesting to me, because anybody that's done the deep dive on Cemex certainly knows their connection to trafficking and that whole situation. So I think that's what you bring up are, once again, some very good indications that there's way more layers to this than just what we see on the surface. And I guess actually on that point, I wanted to play a quick clip to you and just run something by you, just something I observed over the recent days. I think most people watching this broadcast probably have seen the clips of Donald Trump speaking about the water in LA. It was a big part of the Joe Rogan interview. And of course, that clip, seemingly was set up to be used at a certain point. And it's all over mainstream media right now. But I had a friend of mine send me another clip from when Trump was actually in Los Angeles, in the greater LA County area back in October. And we know how Trump speaks into almost, 4 different audiences at the same time. We certainly, I would certainly assume this audience watching knows how he weaves in numbers. And very often when he changes numbers, there's a signal behind it. So a friend of mine sent this to me from back when he was in LA, and I wanted to just run it by you and also show you another connection and then get your opinion on it. So I'm going to quickly play this.
And the water, in order to protect a certain little tiny fish called a smelt, they send millions and millions of gallons of water out to the Pacific Ocean, way up north. Never even gets close to here. And in Los Angeles and Beverly Hills, all these rich areas, they want to give you like 38 gallons of water to use. You buy a house for a lot of money, and then you're allowed to use 38 gallons of water.
See, right there, he says the number, and once again, to remind people, this is back in October of this year, of 2024. He says the number 38 twice, which is a pretty specific number, right? You're not just throwing out 50 gallons or 40 gallons. He says 38. And then SG, I don't know if you saw this, but we got on X the other day. It kind of went pretty viral over the weekend. People started to play around with this new X social media type of score that they had. And very quickly, everyone figured out that the overwhelming majority, with the exception of a few famous people like Trump, got a score of 38. So there's that number again. Then you go to Donald Trump speaking about the Panama Canal. In fact, he just said it again at Mar-a-Lago, I believe it was either yesterday or Tuesday. And he points out that we lost 38,000 people. Once again, a very specific number, 38. And the numbers on the canal are kind of all over the map. But if you just do a simple Google search and look at the public narrative, you get 22,000, 25,000, 27,000, 40,000. You don't really find 38,000 other than where it's quoting Trump. And we were all kind of looking at this number, 38, 38. It keeps coming up. And Q drop 38 at the bottom points to note false flags, prepare messages of reassurance based on what was dropped here to spread on different platforms, the calm before the storm. So, bearing in mind the fact that this is still very early and it's still going on, I want to be obviously respectful of the event, but I look at things like that. I look at him standing up at Mar-a-Lago on Tuesday and saying drip, drip, drip very slowly. All these different water comms. And then by later that day, as the fires were raging, now we have this massive headline that they don't have enough water. I mean, what do you make of this? Do you think it's possible that this is another one of those moves and counter moves type of thing that unfortunately they knew was on the board and maybe they couldn't stop it? I mean, what do you make of this?
You know, when I look at these types of situations, Dave, we have to acknowledge that President Trump has an awareness of events that are likely to play out or the fashion that they may play out that many of us are simply not going to be privy to because we were never a part of the president's daily brief. We were never a part of seeing the build out of how do we revert a society and unentrench an infestation that has taken over quite literally everything, all of our critical resources, all of our critical minerals, all of our ability to preserve our national security, certainly our societal arenas and avenues. And so I think when we look at what President Trump has been doing for a long time and highlighting things like that, giving us crumbs and things to acknowledge, and Q refers to it as maintaining structural integrity, right? Just enough crumbs to maintain structural integrity as we go through this process. I think that what we're seeing, quite frankly, is the exposure of all of the different arenas that are yet to come still, that are yet to flesh themselves out, right? We're still waiting on child trafficking. Well, that's certainly going to come as a result of whatever tunnel systems are now exposed to the world, having been underneath structures that are now burned off the face of the earth in in Southern California, for example. The same is true of tunnel systems in Austria. And we just saw the Austrian military engaged in yet another underground exercise that concluded just at the end of last year in that area of the world. We know that the Alps are rife with extreme tunnel systems. The Zelensky government in Ukraine, which I believe to be entering into some sort of a submission deal, if not already, publicly confirmed with the overlap at Notre Dame very recently with President Trump, to bring out and highlight some of the tunnel systems that exist both in Europe and in the Mediterranean and in the Caribbean. And so the Zelensky government, using American taxpayer money, using these fiat dollars that have been sent overseas and, of course, utilized to tick the American public off, are fundamentally, I believe, being utilized to acquire properties which will then be exposed to the world for what they are. And we saw that entity just recently acquire a new property in November of 2024. I believe it's on the island of San Martin in the Caribbean islands, but I have to go back and double check. But regardless, coming back to your question here, because I'm waxing a little bit tangential, when President Trump gives us these overlapping indications that false flags are coming, that there's going to be some sort of an event, he's utilized missile defense shield narrative a number of different times in the last year. He's talked about terrorist attacks a number of times. He's given a lot of different indications that these attacks are going to tie back to the Obamas, that they're going to tie back to the Clinton crime syndicate here in the United States of America. And so I think what we're seeing is yet another indication from President Trump that there is pressure being applied by a multi-angular military campaign to force the opponents that are not any longer in the shadows, that are now being forced further and further out into the light, to make more obvious moves because they cannot get control of the narrative back. And because they cannot get control of the narrative back, they cannot maintain the facade that all is well to the people who are continually waking up.
Yeah, it's a great point. And I was just looking around on X this morning regarding the water, and it's funny how you can even see in the social media world the difference in, I guess, whatever you'd like to call it, whatever wave we're on, the second wave, the third wave, the fourth wave of people waking up. If you go back, you remember the infamous Donald Trump sipping the Fiji water years ago. And it was one of those things that he was doing on purpose. And he got skewered in the media for it, but there's always more to it. And, years ago, people started digging out about the Resnick family, which is basically one billionaire company that essentially secretly, until now, owns much of the control of the public water supply, and they own Fiji water. So you're seeing today it's going viral again. What many of us were looking at years ago because of these stories. And I believe this is where we have to separate the kinetic events from the narrative control and the design of it. That although this is a real event, it is a kinetic event. It's tragic. This is a war. This is an information war. And it's just like I'm pretty sure you and I talked about it a number of months back. This is eerily similar to what took place in North Carolina, where, it was a real event. Yes, there might have been some manipulation, but regardless of who did or didn't cause it, the obvious thing that came out of it was we got this major national conversation about FEMA. And once again, you look at the mirror of that. You had Biden coming out and sending $1.5 billion overseas in the wake of that. And then you also had people talking about the corruption on the federal level. You had people talking about weather manipulation. So, and now with this, you have the same things happening again, almost like a mirror. And you also you can inject in now, people are getting to dig and learn about the deeper corruption behind the water system especially in the Southern California area. So it's very important. I know it's difficult because there's a lot of emotion with this, and they are real things, and we are at war. But we do have to highlight, once again, coming full circle on this, coming out of this, where it gives the white hats an opportunity to steer the public discussion, to boost conversations on social media, especially on X, which obviously the white hats had taken control of years ago through Elon Musk. And we do have to identify the advancements that we're making in that. The water problem, as you well know, SG, is something that's been going on long before President Trump came along. And what I was highlighting last night is it should be another example of how I know it's difficult for a lot of people to wrap their heads around us having control of the media. But when you see the difference in the way they're handling this versus even just 5 years ago, that seemingly 5-6 years ago, cleaning up of the woods and the mismanagement of the brush and the mismanagement of the water, those were all conspiracy theories. And what you got when you had these fires was a steady dose of climate change. Now, when you have this event here 5 years later, the whole public discussion is completely different. You even have, I found it interesting, I don't know if you saw this, James Woods, who's been long associated with this operation tangentially, coming out on Fox News and calling for tribunals against the government of California for violating their oath. So on the narrative side of things, you can see just a completely different playbook than what we've seen before. And that is the difficult part. But what we do have to focus on, we don't lose sight of the kinetic events, but as far as our purview here and what we're focused on in this information war, we have to identify where it is a different ballgame now with this event than it was in past years.
It absolutely is. And that's something I think that's really important to remember, Dave, is we go through a process that is clearly uncomfortable, that is clearly causing pain, suffering, and distress within the great United States of America. We have to acknowledge that we are not experiencing anything overtly that we have not been experiencing covertly and very quietly and softly for a very long time. They've been stealing our resources. They've been throttling our water. They've been taking away the things that make America quite literally great. They've been disempowering the citizenry. We could go through a laundry list of charges that all of them essentially would be seditious or treasonous in some form or fashion. And yet now here we are in a period of time able to circumvent the lapdog puppet mouthpieces of the mainstream media and actually get information out to the world about the events that are happening on the ground. And in 4 years' time, we've gone from there's no such thing as directed energy technology to, oh, by the way, they're probably using that technology to steal land across this United States of America. And they're dovetailing that with resource initiatives, with certain black budget agendas that exist and inside the energy sector, primarily reporting back to DOE. These are massive alt media stream conversations that are garnering millions and millions of views across platforms. And people are acknowledging, look, it's an ugly truth, but this is probably the way it really is. And if this is how it is, what else have we been wrong about?
Yeah, that's an excellent point, and it's something we've talked about a lot recently on this platform. I think many people in the Anon community are actually having, SG, I want to acknowledge you. You're one of the people for a number of years now that has been, steady in your rhetoric and your analysis. And one of the things you have always said to people is there's going to be that time. We always identify Q Drop 521, where it says, we are at war. Not everything will be clean. At the bottom, it talks about the level of intelligence, the intel that's being provided to the public, the largest amount in history. And of course, it finishes up with use it to protect and comfort those around you. I'm obviously paraphrasing here. And you've been one of the people that has long said that that time is going to come where the people around you that have shunned you and questioned you will come around. I've talked about my personal experience with it here. I know many people in the audience have. And I think you're right. It's getting to the point now where even those people in Normieville that don't want to believe in directed energy weapons or weather modification or weather control or any of those other topics, quite frankly, even something as simple as the deep state. I was watching the Carter funeral today, and they're openly on Fox News talking about the deep state. It's gotten to a point now where I think two things are happening. There's been so many of these narratives seeded that even if these people aren't looking at it, things have gotten so crazy, so different that it's shattering that belief matrix. They're not as willing and open to completely shutting down what you're saying anymore and calling it conspiracy theory. On the flip side, I think when it comes to some of the topics you're talking about, like directed energy weapons, pillaging of public resources, as you said, weather control, all these different things, you also don't have the heavy control deep state cabal machine anymore that is constantly telling the normies that what we're talking about is conspiracy theory, and that has an effect. We even just got the story the other day that everyone's been talking about where, Mark Zuckerberg and Facebook and Instagram are voluntarily taking down their fact-checking program and completely overhauling their censorship and moderation to basically remove all the control mechanisms on many of the topics that we're talking about. And I find all of this interesting, especially the last piece, because you have to juxtapose that with what we're seeing, that this is the end of the war to end all wars, right? Everything is on the line, yet it is odd, isn't it? Or it certainly would lean into white hat control that a company like Facebook, when everything is on the line for these deep state people, would simply voluntarily take down their censorship apparatus weeks before Donald Trump comes into office. It certainly doesn't seem like the move that they would make if the deep state, the cabal, was actually still in control of these mechanisms.
You're pointing out a very salient point there, Dave, and it's worth remembering that it's only been about a week or two ago that Mark Zuckerberg and a couple of others were down at Mar-a-Lago meeting with President Trump. So to tell me that those two events are not correlative in some fashion seems a little bit illogical, especially when you look at the fact that Zuckerberg actively litigated and went into activist motion against a Trump presidency, not only in 2020, but in 2016 as well. We saw Facebook accused of election interference in 2016, but it was very difficult to make that sort of an allegation stick because at the mass population level, we as a consciousness, we just weren't there. We weren't ready to accept that such influence and power was concentrated against our election systems in our privatocracy that we have here in the United States of America. And what is so very interesting, Dave, you talk about big tech. We've also seen Bezos down there. Elon has spent a tremendous amount of time at Mar-a-Lago. Elon's one of the largest DoD civilian contractors. Starlink, less than 2 months ago was given FCC authorization to carry the emergency alert system nationally, independently of cell phone connectivity. In other words, they're going to allow that platform to have full unfettered access to an emergency alert mechanism, even if cell towers are down, even if we have no ability for telecom services. And we know that that ties back to the WEF allegations about a cyber pandemic eventually coming before this is over. Q has said a number of times that the net will have to be shut down or paused. It's likely to come from their side because they cannot allow the dam to continue to break any further. So this is a very, very exciting period of time that we're living through right now. And I'd just like to highlight for the audience out there that Facebook renamed itself or rebranded itself Meta, I believe, in 2021 or early 2022. Don't quote me on that. It was around that time frame. And Meta is Hebrew for death.
Yep, that is a great point. That is a very great point. You also have Meta, and I believe it was Bezos and a number of these other actors that would certainly not be on the side of Trump, all coming out and donating, I think, $1 million each to Donald Trump's inauguration fund. So it's a great point. It's where you can really read between the lines and see that although we're not completely out of the woods with events and turbulence, there's plenty to hang your hat on and see where I like to say it is there's two narratives that can't coexist, right? We can't say that that the deep state is still in control of everything, and yet you have these companies donating to Trump and voluntarily taking down their censorship apparatus. It just shows that we're certainly in this transition period where we're exerting a level of control. Take a look at these headlines. When you do a Google search on RFK Jr., you're going to get a litany of headlines from the big media trying to tell people how he's dangerous for the country. Who do you think's trying to stop this? Well, probably the same companies that own all of these different conglomerates that control everything you put in your house and in your body in the supermarkets and the pharmacies. That's why we've partnered with 17 Switch, which allows you to move your dollars away from the big conglomerates that are actively trying to harm us and into an American-based company that makes everything in the United States, provides American jobs, and oh, by the way, everything they make is all natural. Win, win, and win. It's time that we start voting with our dollars and move them away from these cabal companies that wish to do us harm and stop the truth from coming out about our health system. So please take a minute, go to 17switch.com and learn how you can help defund the cabal. 17switch.com, and when you go there, you'll be connected with somebody from this community. They'll help you learn how you can vote with your dollars and make a difference. Learn about God's money, gold and silver. The last 4 years have placed great stresses on the finances of every American family. In these turbulent times, it's more important than ever to take proactive steps to protect and diversify your savings. That is why we have partnered with Goldco, where you can roll your 401k or IRA into a precious metals-backed IRA. As an industry leader for over a decade, Goldco is a top-rated precious metals company providing white glove treatment at every step. Goldco's buyback guarantee assures that if your situation changes, they will repurchase your metals at the best possible price, providing you with peace of mind. Visit 17metals.com today and download a free gold and silver guide and discover how you could help shield your wealth from the economic storms ahead. You may even qualify for up to 10% back in bonus silver. Visit 17metals.com to claim your free information, get educated, get empowered, and reclaim your financial sovereignty today. I want to transition, since you did talk about some of these things, potential EAS, net shutdowns, all these different potential turbulent events that we may see in the coming weeks, the coming months, depending on the time frame. I think we're all in agreement. We don't know what it's going to be. But to me, it's one of the most common discussions I have with other Anons that although we've made incredible strides over the last, especially over the last 4 years, but over the last 7, too many to even discuss in one show. There is, I believe, a common thread amongst us where we believe in order to really get the rest of people over the finish line, at least to a point where that normie, that last 10%, 20%, whatever it might be, that needs to be able to get something or a series of events that's going to actually force them to focus in more on what's going on. I think we're all of that belief. Now, what it's going to look like, only 10 people know. But that does kind of transition us, I think, into something, an interesting point that you talked about pre-show. And it does seem to be ever present in the narrative, and that's China. Donald Trump has said for, God, I believe, going back to probably the better part of this whole pause period of the last 4 years, but certainly well into 22 and 23 as he was doing all these rallies, he constantly said China and Taiwan will be next. Whether or not we're going to still see something optically, I'd love to get your take on that. I find it interesting that just the other day we did get a story that China has cut one of the major undersea cables to Taiwan. And at the same time, connecting to what we were speaking about earlier, as this was happening, about a month ago, maybe 2 months ago, as some of these kinetic events, I say that in quotes, but some of these events with ships being moved and Navy placement were kicking up. Right at the same time that was happening, you had Donald Trump come out and invite Xi to his inauguration, and he's obviously declined. But even that alone is some signal that there's more going on, because we know what the alliance that Q makes reference to. We know the role that we believe Xi and Putin are playing. But certainly for optical purposes, if this bad thing is happening, China bad, China bad, China bad, it wouldn't make any sense for optical purposes for Trump to publicly invite him. It would almost look like he's going against the country. So once again, another multi-layered psyop. But you had some insights on the whole situation with China and Xi being invited and then declining. I'd love to get your take on that.
Well, my take on that for the audience out there begins with the Q drop that discusses the possibility of Russia and China actively coordinating with Donald Trump to eliminate the new Nazi world order, right? The NWO. And we know that President Trump, essentially his very first act that he took about as president of the United States in 2017 was to go around the world and begin establishing some sort of communication pathway between the U.S. executive and other nation states that had significant clout, pertaining right back to a lot of what we've seen play out in the world now. The changeover of monetary landscapes, the shifting around of very vast amounts of wealth and treasure, the shifting around of military apparatuses and campaigns beginning against areas that simply cannot be handled any other way, like underground systems, other sentient beings acting as combatants, things of that nature, right? The level goes very deep and very wide. And when we saw President Trump and President Xi go into the Forbidden City together, that was all of the information I think that I needed on my end to understand just how important and just how strong the trust basis dynamic between the two of those individuals really is. President Xi is no fan of the Chinese Communist Party. They killed his dad when he was 9 years old. And the Asian cultures tend to harbor generational vengeance agendas based on things like that, because it deals a great deal with their honor and restoring the honor and peaceability to their ancestors that were forced out of this world prior to their readiness, as they cite in their cultures. So looking at this, Dave, that's where my understanding begins. When President Xi tells us that he's not going to attend the inauguration of President Trump, when President Trump is going to come out and hold a rally the day before the inauguration on National Popcorn Day of all days, which is exactly 10 days from today, a day where he was caught sitting in the pew right next to Barack Obama, and a forensic lip reader was able to determine that President Trump said, "We need to find a quiet place to talk after this." I'm looking at that and I think I'm expecting something very significant to happen to Washington, D.C. Now, what's very interesting here is President Trump has told us no less than a dozen times in the last 15 months, an average of almost once every 4 weeks, that we're going to build a missile defense shield over the United States of America. And he's told us more than half a dozen times in that same period that we're going to rebuild our capital, that we're going to make it beautiful again, that we're going to clean it up. But he utilizes the term rebuild. Why would we need to rebuild anything? We don't have a whole lot there structurally that needs to be, just abjectly torn down and rebuilt. That ties back into my, postulation, why the need suddenly for a missile defense shield in the narrative, in the rhetoric. We know in 2018, a CIA-launched missile was shot at Hawaii and intercepted by a U.S. Air Force F-16 fighter. We also know that same or a similar incident occurred right around the same time periods. What I'm trying to say with respect to Air Force One, when President Trump was flying to Singapore. So a missile or missiles as a general narrative driver forward, and especially tying back to things like terrorist attacks, mass casualty events, things of that nature, they tie into a lot of these war game scenarios that we could hypothesize here for a minute. And one of those scenarios, in my opinion, is an attack on Washington, D.C. Now, looking at that and understanding that the Washington Monument itself is a gigantic frequency weapon of war, it's a very fascinating structure, but it is not there for our benefit. Looking at the fact that the U.S. Capitol building sits at the heart of the world's largest Owl of Athena, understanding that the 10 by 10 space known as Washington, D.C. sits upon one of the most powerful continental ley lines that runs through the North American shelf all of the way up through Canada into the Hudson Bay and then into the Arctic. It makes a great deal of sense why some of those things would need to be either augmented, reshaped, refaced, or completely brought down. And my contention here with respect to the Washington Monument and potentially as well the Statue of Liberty is we're going to see these structures brought down because of what they represent for the Kabbalist structure and because of what they actually are, right? These are structures that are the inverse of what we've always been taught. They do not exist for our benefit. They do not reflect our liberty, authority, and security here in the world. They reflect the supremacy of that Kabbalist structure. And just like those guide stones, they have to come down.
Wow. Brilliant analysis. And, you know, SG, I don't normally go there with that stuff, but I was actually having this exact discussion about those two structures with a very good Anon friend of mine the other day. And I wrestle with it because I know everything you're saying. I know I've studied it. I know the significance of the ley lines, everything you're talking about to be true. I guess what I wrestle with, and perhaps it's just because of the time period that all of this has taken to play out, and the methodical way in which they've kind of strung along and advanced human consciousness. I wonder, and I will be the first one to be happy if those structures were to come down because we know what they symbolize. And I also would believe that we were in control of the kinetic aspect of it. I find it interesting though, because I guess we've all been talking about shock events for a long time. It almost seems like it's such a stretch to do that because we have so much of consciousness that's just not where we are yet. But look, Q did tell us about scare events. They told us about the sum of all fears of events. We've been tracking those comms along with everyone else for the last few months. They've been smashing off of the different things that talk about the sum of all fears. So I guess I wrestle with it in my head as far as I'm not the one that's got to make that call. But I guess to your point, it's worth keeping that in mind because anything and everything is on the table. And that goes directly to what we were just talking about of what would be the type of event or events that would symbolically instantly make everything that we're talking about a tabletop, top of mind discussion. Those would certainly do it. And you're right. I mean, we did see the Georgia Guidestones be taken out. I don't think anybody that has the slightest bit of understanding of DEWs and things like that could look at that video and say it was anything but that. So it certainly would certainly get us across that. We're very near to that finish line of consciousness with some kinetic events like that taking place. And I think it's important to remind people what we keep hammering home on the flip side. And I guess it's difficult perhaps for people who are in a state of confusion right now when we talk about that potential kinetic events like that because of what's going on in LA. But Q does remind us that POTUS is 100% insulated. And so I guess I want to separate when we point out POTUS being insulated and Patriots being in control, that doesn't mean we mean they're in control of everything in LA. But on the flip side, when we talk about what you are in DC, for people to really protect their minds, because we all are in agreement that at some point there's going to be something like that takes place. So we're obviously speculating here, but I think your analysis is somewhat sound, and at least in terms of the importance of those structures. And at some point, it has to be addressed. So why not do what they've done the whole time, which is use kinetic events to accomplish multiple missions?
And that's sort of the theme of the espionage war that we've been living through, right? We've forced the enemy side into untenable situations where they have to get kinetic with some of it. In other areas, we've actually gone kinetic ourselves and created a problem that they could no longer manage, that spun out of control, that woke the public up more, that broke their ability to affect and influence things, eroding more and more as we go along. And we have to remember that the military installation called Biden in September and then again in December of 2024, renewed 3 very key executive orders that have been renewed this entire time: 13224, 13818, and 13848, all of which have to be adjudicated. They have to come to a conclusion. These are active national emergencies. 13224 goes all of the way back to the 43rd administration. I believe it was 9/23/2001 that order was activated. And that, excuse me, that order essentially came out as a result of initiated a memorandum process between the White House counsel of the 43rd administration and the Pentagon to discuss how they could legally circumvent the Posse Comitatus Act and utilize the U.S. military, specifically the U.S. Army, domestically to combat terrorism as a military enforcement objective. So looking at that, and President Trump telling us literally less than a month and a half ago now, or right around a month and a half ago now, that the military of the United States could be used, or excuse me, that any unrest in the United States, I guess it's been a little bit longer than a month and a half. It was Maria Bartiromo right before the election stated that if there's any unrest, the National Guard could, handle it very easily, or it could also be very easily handled by the military. And of course, the mainstream media prostitutes went absolutely nuts because many of them know that they have aided and abetted a rebellion here in the United States, that they have fomented insurrection, that they have protected a Manchurian institution and government, that they have defrauded the American people in levels that have never been seen before. We'll really have to invent a new word for treason by the time this process is all over. But fundamentally, those executive orders tie back to all of that. And I think we're going to see on-the-ground events driving the need for a commander-in-chief in the form of President Trump to protect the nation no matter what.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's going to be a big part of what we see in the coming weeks and months, without even having time to get into it, in addition to the financial system, where I know many people thought these things would happen on Biden's watch. But I do believe that, to your last point, a lot of what we see is not only going to be the events that shake consciousness, but it will be happening with Trump there to have that contrast and show people how quickly these things can be quelled and handled properly versus what we've lived through for the last 4 years. I wanted to get your take on the Panama, Greenland, Canada situation. It's something that when it popped up, I know the speculations, we've all done the dives on the corporate governments and the separation from the crown, and obviously the things that only a very, very, very small group of the public is aware of. So it's interesting to me to see him coming out, especially this week, and actually saying that now he's advanced the rhetoric even more to the point where he didn't rule out the use of military force in places like Greenland and Panama. And now I don't believe it's going to publicly come to that point, because I think he's giving us a nod to things that have already taken place. But it's another example, SG, of, yes, some of the leftist media went after him for it, but not to the degree you would have seen even a number of years ago. I mean, that would be the perfect opportunity for them to call him the second coming of Hitler or Stalin, or for him being a warmonger. Any of these things, they could call out his hypocrisy for talking about ending the forever wars and yet standing there today and saying he wouldn't rule out military force. That's another good way of looking at the media control that we have, because they could have just absolutely buried him, and they didn't. So what do you make of this whole situation? To summarize for people, because we're speculating, is it something we're actually going to see in a permanent state? Is it something that is just a nod to the military alliance? Is it a potential situation where we may have a transition period where those different nations are under our purview? What do you make of it at this point?
Well, it's very interesting. I think what I make of it at this point so far, barring any further research, and I'm actively looking into these things right now, trying to find decodes, trying to find historic context for understanding what's going on here. And it makes more sense to me, Dave, that at this point, the reason we have President Trump talking about Canada, Greenland, the Panama Canal, and I also believe going to be Mexico here before too long, just as an entire nation state in and of itself, all of it ties back, in my opinion, to national security and the security of the North American homeland going forward. In a great many ways, similar to what has occurred or begun occurring around the world right now, right? Everything happening in Eastern Europe ties back to the ancestral homelands of Russia. That directly impacts their security. Same thing happening on the East Asian shelf. I think the similar things are happening on the western border of China with the, I call them the Izistan nations, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, Uzbekistan, and others. So with respect to this, it would be speculation on my part, and I want the audience to know that out there as I sort of war game this with all of you. But when we look at the Panama Canal, just as an example, there's a tremendous amount of subterranean underground submarine bases that exist there right along the coast of Panama and the Bay, and then along the western coast immediately adjacent to that of Colombia, South America. And the canal zone is the main transient pathway to get something from one ocean to another. So if you're trafficking human capital out of the Caribbean, out of Aruba, for example, which is just a few hundred miles away, or out of Jamaica, which is right around, I think, 800 to 1,000 miles away. If you're doing that through submarine, and we know that Ghislaine Maxwell and others have submarines and submarine licensures in and of their own right to do those types of things, you would have to go through the canal zone. Additionally, Greenland, sort of in a similar fashion, having underground naval access, but also very, very good aerial access for the entirety of the Arctic shelf. And we know Greenland, Dave, has played host to a number of different biologic studies, underground military experiments, and is one of the largest DUMBs in the world. It's one of the main reasons that we don't get a lot of information coming out of the Greenland mainland, just as a natural thing, right? Ever since the Antarctic Treaty and all of the different moves that were made during the Cold War, we don't have a good understanding at the surface level, at the mass population level, of what's actually been happening at Greenland. A little digging yields some pretty surprising results. It's sort of like a polar Area 51. So looking at that, understanding that Canada, the Canadian homeland, was utilized by NASA a number of different times to falsify certain things. It's been utilized, in my opinion, in my estimation, for tremendous amounts of biologic agent trafficking and development, especially in the Yukon territories and the very northern territories near the Arctic archipelagos and the Canadian mainland. I think what you've got going on is an irregular warfare scenario, once again, playing out with President Trump, where President Trump is making it digestible and sensible for the vast population of the world at large to understand this process having to occur, but the process actually occurring, the outcome, I guess is the best way to say it, is not in doubt, because these areas are clearly part of a broader militarized operation. A military cooperative is the best way to say it, that goes back to the early days of the first Trump administration.
It's a great answer, and once again, something to point out as we navigate our way through this fog of war and this what we hope to believe to be the transition into the justice phase. I think it's important to highlight how far we've come in the public discussion, that we are actively. I mean, if you could go back a couple of years and tell everybody that in 2024 we'd be sitting here actually having a multinational, because obviously Canada, it's been a pretty well received in many cases, but having a multinational public discussion about things like annexing Canada and Greenland and Panama and even Mexico's kind of in the fold. And we'd be having a real discussion about it without just calling it crazy conspiracy or lunatic the way they did when he wanted to build the wall. It really just shows you how far we've come and the times that we're living in. It's certainly a major departure from where we were 7 years ago. And on that note, SG, before we wrap up, I wanted to just transition to the future, where we're going with this. And I watched your interview with Dr. Sandy Arecki on the Re-Inhabited Republic of the United States. I would encourage everyone to go check it out for context. And the question I have, we had a lot of people calling in to our Friday night show last week asking about this. And for full transparency, I think it came across as if I was saying that I didn't believe this. And I want to be clear that that's not what I meant. The question I had to some of the callers and the discussion I was trying to get to is this. I have done a lot of research on this topic, on the corporate government versus the true republic I certainly believe there's validity there. I don't ever question that. I've been looking at that for a long time. Given the pace at which this operation has gone, right, and given the fact that where we sit right now, although we believe there's going to be events and things that are going to get us to a much different point of consciousness, how would you envision us getting to the point where you have these civilian representatives in place for a republic government and transitioning to that? I know there's the speculation on an EBS 120-day period. And I think as this operation has gone on longer, there's people that have gotten away from the thought of it's going to be something as abrupt as actually seeing a point where we remove the government at the federal level and transition, because kind of the way we've seen this thing play out is it's been more organic of, taking out different governors, taking out different representatives, a lot of military people being inserted into the government. As we sit here today, how do you envision this transition happening, and how would you think we get consciousness to a point? And it would have to happen in a relatively short period of time to accept a transition like that. I think that's where, I don't want to say people struggle, but sitting here today where it would be an abrupt transition, let's just say, how do you envision that playing out?
Well, Dave, that is a humdinger of a question to close the broadcast out with, I just have to say. But with respect to this, it's just a prognostication. This is the biggest question, I think, on the minds of a lot of people out there. How do we collapse a company as big as the United States of America? And that's really what we're dealing with, right? We're dealing with the Office of Military Settlements bankruptcy payment. We're dealing with the placement of the United States into default over these last few years, and then eventually into receivership. We've seen the dissolution of the U.S. Inc. from the Companies House in London, the main registry for all foreign corporations of the Crown. So that reality has to transition to the present physical, three-dimensional, see it, hear it, smell it, taste it, touch it reality, or we cannot consider this process truly complete, right? That's where I come, first of all, with my contextual understanding. Now, how that's going to play out, again, it's just a prognostication, but it's increasingly, to me, looking like a multilateral series of events. Q talks about a scare event or some sort of event that goes down generationally to be remembered as the scare event. I think that we could see a couple of different angles on that. One of which is a series of escalating false flags, forcing lockdowns here in the United States where people are not able to economically interact with the system, much like we saw with COVID, and of course the crippling of the middle class because we turned off all of the main avenues for economic movement and commercial movement here in the United States. A country is only as good as its economy, right? The economy keeps everything going, keeps everybody moving. And so when that stops or is inhibited in some fashion, we're sort of toeing the line of unrest right there, or towing the line of unrest with that just by itself. Adding to that a potential attack on Washington, D.C., that could potentially wipe out part of the government or wipe out the structures of government, send individuals into hiding. We could see congressmen just disappear from the face of the earth. I'm not coming back out, so to speak, with such a maelstrom occurring. I think that sort of situation would then drive a relatively quick economic turndown or North American markets turndown that would require some sort of ether to be injected into the system, some sort of, get the engine started again so that we don't run off the face of the cliff with this. And that would usher in, I think, a period of acceptance with the population that the government itself, as it has always been, is no longer capable of responding to the growing unrest. In other words, we have a situation where the government cannot provide services, cannot bring its people in, cannot make good on its promises, in fact, cannot even function or assemble for a legitimate quorum. But we're going to have some sort of lawful authority or representative authority in place to adjudicate such a process, Dave, because in my prognostication, I'm assuming that a military scare event of some kind is going to be, ongoing. So I'm looking at this very potentially as a confluence of those scenarios, those thematic elements playing out here in the United States, maybe over 2, 3, or a 4-week period of time, ultimately resulting in the U.S. government itself basically being declared defunct and non-functional. And President Trump, of course, being the incarnate will of the people right now, potentially looking to the military and saying, well, we have a civilian authority of some kind, whether it's this re-inhabited republic, whether it is another republic. I personally believe it's probably going to be the re-inhabited because I've seen the paperwork. I've seen the official international documentation with it. It does ring with a bell of legitimacy on my end. But with that, I could see President Trump very quickly saying, look, we need to restore authority. We need to have new elections. I'm the commander in chief right now of this military. We're going to protect the republic and the country. We're all going to get through this. And I could then see the military making contact with that civilian authority and essentially assisting in the holding of some sort of an election process, right? And what is so interesting about this, Dave, again, this is just pure speculation on behalf of the audience, but it is fun sometimes to dream. What is very interesting about this is Memorial Day of 2025, beginning that day, that weekend, and moving into July of 2026 is the period of time that President Trump said a couple of times over a year and a half ago that we were going to have a great American fair, a great big, USA birthday party kind of situation going on. And the only reason that we would be able, or excuse me, the only sensible avenue that we would be able to accomplish something like that is to go through some sort of an experience that makes us all profoundly appreciative of this land that we all live in, this great United States. So as I look at this, Dave, I think it's very possible that Q1 of this year, potentially beginning this month and carrying us through to the end of March 31st is the end of the fiscal year for the Rothschild-controlled Bank of International Settlements. A new financial year around the world begins on April 1. I'm looking at this period of time as pivotal through this process, and it could get very epic and very historic very quickly.
I agree, SG. It's a brilliant analysis, and I think speaking to folks like yourself and many of my other Anon friends, we don't know what it's going to look like, but I think we all feel it. And it is an interesting point that that series of events would certainly get us to where we need to be with consciousness. And I know it does seem like a stretch for some people because of how long this has played out. But on the flip side, take a look at, just turn on Fox News today and look at the rhetoric coming out of Los Angeles. Look how quickly it is they have turned all of those people against the government. And you echoed sentiments of a government that can no longer meet the needs of the people, serve to protect the people. That's exactly the storyline that is playing out in one of the largest cities in the country right now. So in 72 hours, you can see how quickly things can change. And that is something to keep in mind. And that is a really excellent way to finish out the show, SG. I thank you, as always, for always being so generous with your time and always be willing to show up anywhere and everywhere to help navigate and analyze what's going on. Any final thoughts you want to leave us with? And also, obviously, let us know anything you're working on right now, and of course, where everybody can find you. And of course, we'll have all those links in the description and the chat. But any final words you want to leave us with, go right ahead, my friend.
Well, I think my final words would be that, Patriots have been in control of the important parts of this game board for a long time, and we are just better chess players. But chess does take time. And when you've got an opponent that has played the game a long time, that understands how to rig it, that knows a couple of truly good or organic or original moves that are going to end up on the game board that you're not going to expect as those that are patriotic and in control, I think it makes a lot of sense when we look at the landscape that has shaped up over these last several years, why things have gone about in the way that they have. We had to exhaust them. We had to outlast them. We had to drag out every faction, every deep state shadow compartmented segment and compartmented section that has been out there in the world, making trouble for we the people, disrupting our ability to, apply for loans, for example, or disrupting our ability to engage in commerce or to travel freely and easily, or, and we could go on and on and on with that. As we look at the landscape now, as it shapes up, right, we're in the end game. These are the last few moves. They know who's going to win, and so do we. So it is simply a matter of outlasting them to the very end. And I'm extremely excited for where this goes, Dave. We are much tougher than they are. We are much longer enduring than they are. And at the end of this, one side is going to rise and one side is going to fall. And the falling side will not be we the people.
Well said, my friend. And just to alleviate all the confusion about your different social media, could you just let us know your main social media platforms? I know there's a lot of spooks out there and copycats, so could you just clarify that for everybody?
Absolutely. I can be found in 4 places online authentically. I'm on Rumble at the handle Q News Patriot. So that's rumble.com/user/Q News Patriot. I'm not on Rumble by SGAnon, but you can find me on Truth Social at the handle Real SGAnon with a red check mark. You can find me on X at the handle THEQ News Patriot with a blue check mark. And you can find me on Telegram, t.me/Real Q News Patriot. And we are working on verification for that now.
Awesome. Fantastic, my friend. Thank you again for your time today. Of course, I want to thank everyone who has tuned in for this live stream. You guys are an incredible group of people. And as I always remind everybody, and I know SG does as well, everybody here watching, sharing, chatting, and just consuming this information is equally as important to this process of the Great Awakening as anybody you see behind or in front of a screen or a camera. And always remember that. So SG, thank you again for your time. And of course, thanks to our great moderators and admins, Carrie, Kat, Claudia, and Doug. We will be back tomorrow night at 7 p.m. with our open lines live. Have your questions, theories, and comments ready. I know you guys are going to have a lot that you want to talk about. That'll be live tomorrow night on Channel 17 on Rumble at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. And until then, we thank you all for tuning in. God bless and have a great night. Take care, everybody.
Do you hear the people sing, singing the song of angry men? It is the
All right. So it sounds like you can mostly find him at the Real Q News Patriot. I knew there were a lot of fakes out there, but you never know. Okay. That was a good episode. I'm trying to think what he was saying there at the end about the chess game. You know, the way I kind of picture it is the game's already over, and yeah, they know who's going to win the chess game, and the person who's going to lose is just kind of trying to tip over the board. They're trying their hardest to tip the board over. Maybe. Or maybe it just looks that way. Alright, let's take a look at some other things. I got all kinds of things to look at today. Where do I want to start? Let's start with this thing in the sky. Here's a weird one. I've got the picture, so don't worry if you don't see it at first. Well, did you see it? I don't know what to make of that one, but it shows what looks like a massive column is how they described it. It sort of looks like a giant skyline, but if you actually consider how tall that would be compared to the stuff around it, I don't know if that matches up. You guys tell me. Does that just look like some LA skyline? I don't know. Is the veil between realms starting to go thin? I don't know what you would say to that. Or is it just a bunch of hokum? You gotta take everything with a grain of salt, guys. There is a lot of fake stuff out there. People just wanting to see if they can throw crap and it sticks, and people that want to throw you off, and so you can't really take any of it to heart, but you can take some of it to heart. Like, it does give you goosebumps to think that John F. Kennedy is actually the president, and that John F. Kennedy Jr. is actually the vice president, and that Cass Elliott's still alive and that J.D. Vance be the first arrest. And all kinds of fun stuff right there, huh? All right, let's move on. You know, there is one more image. Somebody put this up and said to look at it, and it said the image tells the story or something like that. There's all this talk and talk and talk of John F. Kennedy Jr. actually being a twin. I have to admit, I don't know much about the story, but I know a lot of people talk about it. Do you see a twin in the picture? I feel like there's one right to the left of where John Kennedy's standing, and then one right to the right of whoever's standing there, his mother maybe, or just somebody. I don't know. What do you guys think? It's an interesting picture. Thought I'd share that. Now this next video, maybe I'm just hearing Kennedy Jr. again, but listen to the voice of this guy and think about the whole situation. Think about if LA's in this particular neighborhood's been evacuated and they're just sort of blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Listen to the voice.
The house was built by my mother and father in 1960, and I lived here my whole life, so there's a lot of memories here, and I think I owed it to them as well to try my best to save it. Some things in life are worth fighting for. I mean, if I were to lose this house, it would be very difficult to afford to be able to build a new house, to pay the enormous property taxes they have here. What would I do? When I was out here hosing the house down and getting ready, and when the houses started to burn, I didn't see one single fire truck out here at all. Zero. If they had some fire trucks, just put a squirt here, a squirt there, and kept an eye on things, all these houses would be here now. I'm telling you right now, I saw it with my own eyeballs. All these houses. The houses behind me, they're all gone. They started with one little spark, one little small fire. They just squirted those out, had a few people out there. They'd all be here now. I did what I needed to do. I did what I wanted to do. I did what I thought I could do. And that's what I did.
I don't know. Maybe I'm hearing ghosts. What do you guys think? I don't know. I swear he had that Kennedy accent about him. I did what I did. I don't know. That's crazy. You know, and I feel like I should point this out just before we change topics again.
Geez, I want to talk about my white privilege so badly. I graduated North Hollywood High with a 1.7 GPA. I could not find a job. I walked to a fire station in North Hollywood. I was 19. I was living in the garage of my family home. My mom was on welfare and food stamps, and I said, can I get a job as a fireman? And they said, no, because you're not black, Hispanic, or a woman. We'll see you in about 7 years. And I went to a construction site and dug ditches and picked up garbage for the next 7 years. I got a letter in the mail sent to my father's house saying, your time has come to do the written exam for the LA Fire Department. I took it, and I was standing in line, and I had a young woman of color standing behind me in line, and I said, just out of curiosity, when did you sign up to become a fireman? Because I did it, or a person, 7 years ago, and she said, Wednesday. That is an example of my white privilege. It's
white privilege, that sort of reminds me of a picture I saw. I don't know if I kept it or not. Let me look here. Yeah, white privilege. Do we really have white privilege? The image was of different definitions in the dictionary of white pride, black pride, Asian pride, and all of them were positive except for when you got to white pride, and then it was like this negative definition. I don't know. Let's keep moving on, though, because I want to get to the Pence stuff, and I've got other stuff to show you. And
never sell your Bitcoin, right?
Trumps have been very bullish on Bitcoin and cryptocurrency.
Again, it's coming. Everybody knows it's coming, and the people who don't embrace it early are going to ultimately lose.
Eric Trump recently met with Michael Saylor at Mar-a-Lago, who has been proposing a plan to preserve U.S. dollar dominance by utilizing Bitcoin as a reserve.
Here's the strategy. You dump gold, demonetize the entire gold network, you buy Bitcoin, you buy 5 million or 6 million Bitcoin, you monetize the Bitcoin network, and you just define digital currency as the US dollar backed by US dollar equivalents and a regulated US custodian. Replaces every currency in the world with the dollar, which the US controls, and it siphons off hundreds of trillions of dollars of 20th century capital assets and half of the capital in the rest of the world. And most 75% of the capital of our enemies gets siphoned into Bitcoin. And the big beneficiary is the US government. And after that, every US company, because we're the ones that own and run it.
Trump has been rebranding the North American Union as Canada being the 51st state of the United States. And Justin Trudeau has now resigned, leaving a clear path for Pierre Poilievre to make significant changes.
We haven't really seen a lot of concrete proposals from Mr. Poilievre. I mean, he did make one. That's not fair. You're right. He had one great opportunity for people to opt out of inflation. He recommended this last spring. You can opt out of inflation if you invest your money in Bitcoin. Yeah. No. He stayed up late, watched all sorts of YouTube videos, and came to that conclusion. He said that himself.
We're going to buy this shawarma with this Bitcoin. Send.
Done. Yep, I got it.
You got the
Guys, we did it. We bought the shawarma with Bitcoin.
So that is my plan, to enable Canada to become the blockchain and crypto capital of the world.
Debt slavery has existed on Earth for thousands of years, which is why a cashless society has been of great concern to freedom-loving souls. In the earliest days of civilization, farmers would borrow against their harvest, and if the harvest failed, the farmer would lose everything and become a slave until the debt was repaid. Eventually, the amount of slaves with nothing to lose becomes a threat to those in power, and so debt jubilees were issued at regular intervals as a matter of public stability. The Bible describes a debt jubilee that would happen every 50 years as an economic reset, a year of liberation and restoration where debts are forgiven, land is returned, and slaves are set free. The ancient Greeks had debt jubilees to avoid violent revolutions and uprisings. As economist Lynn Alden wrote, it wasn't out of kindness that rulers did this. It was a solution to a societal math problem. If you run a computer long enough, eventually it starts to work less efficiently. Refreshing the power and rebooting the system gets the computer running smoothly again. A Jubilee year has been celebrated every 25 years by the Catholic Church since 1300. But the need for debt forgiveness has been avoided by the current debt-based fiat system and the Uniform Commercial Code, which has been running for nearly a century, and it is at its end. 2025 is a Jubilee year, and Pope Francis has called on affluent countries to forgive debts and to address ecological debt, which sounds like a carbon tax. The emerging system is much more than just money. It is a cataloging system where every person and every piece of property can be connected via a digital identity. This is called tokenization and is set to replace the birth certificate and every other document of title in the real world. Biblical prophecy Christians are saying that this is the mark of the beast, but there is no need for a mark when facial recognition will do the job. And if it comes with debt forgiveness and universal basic income, then those who fight against the system will be seen as terrorists by the public.
What's going to happen is the US dollar is going to be the world reserve currency, and it's going to run on billions and billions of mobile devices. And the digital asset that underlies that currency is going to be Bitcoin.
I wish I knew enough about that to speak on it, but I really don't. So I try not to give any monetary advice. I would not be very good at it. Alright, so I want to talk about Mike Pence for a bit here.
Good afternoon, fellow patriots. Yes, Parler is down, but I've got my popcorn. I've still got my tablet and my phone, as well as you do. And even though Parler is down, there's still some vital information over there. So what's about to follow, I wanted to stop and give you all a fair warning. What this man has to say is graphic. God bless his soul, because if you go look him up, he is no longer with us. Not long after he dropped his knowledge, he died. So with that being said, it is now time to start using this disclaimer again. Should anything happen to me and I go missing, I did not kill myself. I love my life.
Hello everyone, my name is Tori Smith and I monitor a child trafficking operation which has 40 main locations in the United States. One of them is here in Indiana, which has been open for 27 years now, and then they have a multitude of other locations like the basement of the UN building in Manhattan and the basement of the White House where children are gang raped and murdered on a routine basis. There's also here at the TSA location just over the border in Michigan, close to Kalamazoo area. Now today I would like to take a special turn and instead of just reporting how many children have been gang raped and murdered, I would like to make a special appeal to a child trafficker whose name is Karen Pence. Her husband just murdered his 51st child last weekend on Sunday, and it was an especially gory murder. He had the blood that was coming out of this little boy's rectum all over his penis while he was choking this child to death. Her husband, your husband, Mrs. Pence, has murdered 48 children by choking them to death during rape. Now, you've known about this since the 88th child that he's raped. When you found out that he had raped 88 children, your decision was to aid and abet him, to protect him, to help him to continue to rape more children. And I'm doing a direct appeal to you because I want to know, what have children done to you that is so horrible that you think that they should be gang raped and murdered for you and your husband's pleasure? Why? What could a child possibly do to warrant this type of behavior? You have 17 children today. 17 children are being held at Nellis Air Force Base and they're on their way to Indianapolis. It's what time is it? It's almost 11 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And you have selected 17 more children to be gang raped and murdered in Indianapolis. You have 208 members of Indiana males, and I believe 3 females, who are involved in your child trafficking operation. Your husband has now raped 177 children and murdered 51 of them. Something that makes you very proud, doesn't it, Mrs. Pence? 27 years this has been open. 127 children are dead since you found out about this child trafficking operation. When you found out that your husband was raping and murdering children and decided to join this child trafficking operation, 127 more children are dead because of you. Because you failed to do anything to help these children. Do you really feel special? Do you feel proud of yourself, Mrs. Pence? I don't know why the hell anybody would call you a first lady, because you are an accessory to murder. You have 18 Indiana State policemen involved, 51 from the Indianapolis Municipal Police Department, 4 county sheriffs, 64 corporate executives, 14 CIA, 12 FBI, 32 National Guardsmen, 37 Indiana State senators. Oh, your precious fellow Republican Party men who rape and murder children and do it in your name, Karen Pence. 3 Indiana governors, including your filthy-lying murderer husband, and 4 U.S. senators from Indiana. And the 17 children that you are going to be a direct accomplice, a direct accessory to their murder, were kidnapped in Cambodia. These children were raped 107 times in Asia by Asian males, and then they were raped 16 more times by Air Force males. Something I'm sure that you find very, very sexually arousing, child trafficker Karen Pence. You're no lady. You're an accomplice in murder. You should just get the hell out of our state. Filthy low-life piece of...
So, just a small piece of that puzzle, and that guy does another video. I think it might be the same thing, though. I'll look real fast.
Hello, everyone. I thought I would just produce a quick video because of some recent events that have happened this morning. The Senate is really pissed off at me because in the video that I just put out, I just added all the details. It was the video...
Okay, well, that's really not what I wanted to talk about anyway. What I wanted to talk about was this stuff. On July 4th, 2019, Vice President Pence flew out on Air Force Two. Something happened. The plane changed call sign to Sam 23932 or 239329 from the George. From there, George was sworn in secretly as the new vice president, John Kennedy, but in the shadows, shall we say. Right after that, George official White House Twitter page appeared. He would share POTUS schedules at 3 a.m. for the following day and many other things. George was aboard Air Force One last January when they flew to Davos, Switzerland for the World Economic Forum. Ever since July 4, 2019, you have seen a different Mike Pence. Sam 239, we will call him. So, let's talk about the story a little bit. Needed a pretzel. Mr. Vice President. Hello, Mr. Vice President. The shocking truth behind Sam 239 Mike Pence's betrayal has rocked America to its core. From secret plots and biblical connections to Trump's declaration, I caught them all. July 4, 2019 was more than a celebration of independence. Behind the scenes, an unprecedented battle for America's future was unfolding. Mike Pence boarded a Gulfstream jet for what seemed to be a routine trip to Indiana. Halfway through the flight, Pence was abruptly recalled to Washington, and his plane's call sign was switched from Air Force 2 to SAM 239, a designation reserved for live military operations. This was... Oh, lost my place. Sorry. This was no ordinary recall. It was a biblical power move by President Trump. SAM 239 wasn't just a military code. It carried deeper significance. Call sign aligns with the Bible, Samuel 23, chapter 23, verse 9, where David discovers Saul's plot against him. This biblical parallel was unmistakable. Pence, like Saul, was allegedly plotting mischief against Trump, who acted swiftly to thwart the betrayal. Trump's decisive action was a signal that this was more than politics. It was a battle between good and evil. The betrayal didn't start on that flight. Pence's secret meetings and connections painted a damning picture. Days before the SAM 239 incident, Pence reportedly met with the Kissinger Group in New Hampshire alongside Paul Ryan and members of the Sununu family, allegedly plotting against Trump. These meetings fueled suspicions of Pence's disloyalty, echoing earlier betrayals like his endorsement of Ted Cruz in 2016, and his receipt of a mysterious envelope at George H.W. Bush's funeral, tied to the darkest secrets of the deep state. Adding to the controversy, whistleblower Tory Smith accused Pence of heinous crimes tied to child trafficking in Indianapolis, alleging unspeakable atrocities shielded by the swamp. Smith's claims, though chilling, painted a picture of a vice president entangled in the darkest corners of corruption. Despite these accusations, Pence's betrayal wasn't fully exposed until Trump's bold move on July 4th. It's getting interesting now, isn't it? Trump's leadership on that fateful day was nothing short of biblical. While Americans celebrated their independence, he worked tirelessly behind the scenes to protect the nation from its enemies. SAM 239 wasn't just a flight, it was a battle cry for justice. That's pretty cool, huh? Yeah. So, I know you guys have heard about this before, but I think it's important to point out when you think about the situation with J.D. Vance and how Trump has people around him that he plans on calling out. I think it's fascinating. But anyway, let's move on. I want to show you this quick clip from a man we know.
News alert right now. You're going to see in about an hour and 17 minutes, Bill Hemmer. Did you see how I did that math?
I see.
Donald Trump, president-elect, will hold a press conference at 11 a.m. Eastern this morning. It will be held at Mar-a-Lago. Lots of news will certainly be made and will drive the day. So stay tuned to Fox News for that, and we'll get you more details if anything comes.
Interesting. 1 hour and 17 minutes. And then she says, do you see how I did that? I see, he said. It's almost like they're keeping up with the Intel board. They're watching the comms that are playing out. We're wondering what videos they're watching, what social media channels they've been looking at. Folks, if you're out there, and you know we share a lot of different folks that have their Intel board posts from the Q board, I tell you what, it's interesting that even Fox, they would state, did you see how I did that with the 17? It's a nod to all of the Anons that have been working hard for many years to get the information out since 2017 on what's really going on behind the scenes. Dan Scavino posted a picture of President Trump riding in that amazing vehicle provided for the president, right? And he posted this with a 49:41 minute timestamp and seconds timestamp. You reverse that, do the mirror. We are here for a reason. We are here to unite the core. This is war. Will you answer? Will you fight? Will you defend? We will. We are. You elected us to take back our country, our world. Enough is enough. Folks have had enough. Even reporters are trying to make strange questions fly out to President Trump as he held a conference at Palm Beach, Florida, and he continues to take them down with great answers.
Greenland and the Panama Canal, so forth. Can you assure the world that as you try to get control of these areas, you are not going to use military or economic coercion?
No.
And can you tell us a little bit about what your plan is? Are you going to negotiate a new treaty? Are you going to ask the Canadians to hold a vote? What is the strategy?
Yeah, I can't assure you. You're talking about Panama and Greenland. No, I can't assure you on either of those two. But I can say this. We need them for economic security. The Panama Canal was built for our military. I'm not going to commit to that now. It might be that.
Dumb questions. You going to use the military or economic coercion to get control of Greenland and the Panama Canal? No, not going to do it. Sergeant News Network posted this. If you're wondering why Greenland matters to Trump, it's worth learning more about the strategic territory. Interesting because we're going to show you some clips from Greenland. Did you guys know that Charlie Kirk and Donald Trump Jr. actually went out to Greenland and they had a talk with the folks, and they showed this with President Trump talking to the folks sitting there in Greenland wearing the MAGA hats. It's pretty amazing.
And I couldn't agree to go up there with his two very talented friends and the other group, a lot of other people. So I just want to say that it's a very special place. It needs security for itself, but it also needs security very much for the world. The location really, you see the people and the ships sailing around, and they're not the right ships. And they're not the ships you want to know about. So we need security, and our country needs it, and the whole world needs it.
Yes.
You're so strategically located.
Yeah.
So it's really imperative.
All right. So all the Greenland talk's getting popular. I want to show you a couple things with Mel Gibson real fast.
I think we're looking at a world where, and this is in the next film I'm going to do, I'm going to try and tackle this question, that there are big realms, spiritual realms. There's good, there's evil, and they are slugging it out for the souls of mankind. And my question is, why are we even important? Little old flawed humanity, why are we important in that process where the big realms are slugging it out over us? And I think there's bigger things at play here. And institutions that purport to touch on the divine are necessarily going to be affected by that slugfest that's going on between good and evil.
Right.
And
sometimes good gives up ground.
Yeah, and maybe not on purpose.
I'm starting to think we only know the tip of the tip of the tip of the iceberg. You know what I'm saying? It's starting to really feel like all kinds of interesting things could be possible. I like when you start talking realms and stargates and lands we've never been to. That's awesome. Awesome stuff. Mel Gibson's on fire too soon.
Messing with the water. Letting reserves go for one reason or another. They've been doing that a while. California has a lot of problems that sort of baffle the mind as far as why they do things. And then in the events like this, you sort of look, oh, is it on purpose? Which, it's an insane thing to think. But one begins to ponder whether or not there is a purpose in mind. What could it be, you know? I don't know. Do they want the state empty? I don't know.
Well, Mel...
Freaking love Mel Gibson, dude. Love Mel Gibson. Got one more with him, and then we're going to change topics again and pick up with something from the past.
And Mel joins me by phone right now. Mel, I am so sorry to be talking to you under these circumstances. I'm looking at video of the ruins of what was once your home. I got to ask you how you're doing.
I'm doing good. You know, it's just a thing. But, you know, it is obviously, it's kind of devastating. It's emotional. You know, you lived there for a long time, and you had all your stuff. You remember George Carlin talking about your stuff? Yeah. I had my stuff there, and it's all like, I've been relieved from the burden of my stuff because it's all in cinders.
Yeah. Where were you, Mel, when the fire broke out?
Gosh, I was in Austin. I was doing the Rogan podcast, you know, and I was kind of ill at ease while we were talking because I knew my neighborhood was on fire. So I thought, I wonder if my place is still there. But when I got home, sure enough, it wasn't there. I went home and I said to myself, well, at least I haven't got any of those pesky plumbing problems anymore.
When did you drive up? Did you take this video that we're looking at?
Yeah, I was taking some of it. Rose took some, and You know, the chickens survived. It was amazing.
That
The
is.
chickens poop and they were fine. So we gave them some grain and some water, and they're happy and laying eggs and stuff. So there you go. They weren't roast chickens.
And where was Rose during all of this? Was she with you in Austin, or?
No, we evacuated. See, I left on a plane and the winds were picking up, and I went to Austin. And of course, while I was gone, whenever I leave town, a fire breaks out. It was the same last month. I mean, it was the same thing. The flames were like 200 yards away from my house. But this time they came from the other direction and really nailed me. And I have never seen a place so perfectly burnt. It is like, it's kind of, you could put it in an urn, you know?
Yeah, there is nothing there. What about the rest of the neighborhood, Mel? Your neighbors, the people you've lived next to for quite some time, how did they fare?
His stuff is torch. This is weird, though. He said the winds came from the other directions. I think Juan said something was weird about the winds. I agree. There's a lot of weird videos out there regarding that. So, right now, I've got an interesting thing about Obama and Hillary and ISIS, and then I've got an interview with Mel K and Mike Flynn. So, hang out. If you're awake, we got stuff. Mel Gibson's stuff is burnt to cinders, but
I was an Army officer. I was a psychological operations analyst, counterterrorism. I had a top secret clearance. I was in the Bush administration from 2003 to 2008. I worked at the State Department as a counterterrorism analyst. I was at Special Operations Command. I was at U.S. Central Command. I got a direct commission as an Army officer. I had advanced degrees, a PhD, a master's, and a bachelor's, and I spoke Spanish fluently. So I lived all my life in California, and I went out to Washington, D.C. in 1998 to go to fight against the Clinton administration. I thought they were doing some things I found immoral and bad, so I packed a bag and I went out to Washington, D.C. in 1998 and started going into the Republican political sector because I thought they were conservative. And I thought they represented conservative values and things like that. So I worked out in the Bush administration from 2003 to 2008. And then I got pulled into Booz Allen Hamilton. How many are familiar with Booz Allen Hamilton? Booz Allen Hamilton is a defense contractor that has contracts all over the world in the military and in the intelligence community. CIA, NSA, National Reconnaissance Office, all the major branches of the military. And they do everything under the sun. They started back in the 1940s, setting up the IRS and a bunch of other federal agencies. They're also responsible for developing Homeland Security. So I got pulled into the Booz Allen Hamilton shop by a guy named Colonel Jeff Jones, who was a 4th Psychological Operations Command commander. He was an old school John Wayne, best and brightest of what we had in the military. I say had in the military because he's passed and there's no one that matches him. And I remember going to a Pentagon briefing in which I stood up and challenged Secretary of Defense Donald Rumsfeld and General Myers. And I said, sir, what are we doing in the psychological operations community? What are we doing in psychological warfare? My background had been in advertising, and I did a lot of study into the Islamic mind, Islamic counterterrorism, jihad. I knew everything there was to know on the Sunnah, the Hadiths, the life of Muhammad, the Quran. And I was working in the Bush administration at the time. And I was working with joint interagencies and how they were attacking the menace of, quote, September 11th, which I came to discover much later was not the narrative that I thought it was. But I'll leave that aside for right now. But Myers and Rumsfeld had said, well, we're doing this, we're doing that, we're failing, and we need better and brighter people to join the team. So why don't you join? Why don't you join the military? And shortly after that, I got a call from Colonel Jeff Jones and said, I liked what you said. I'm looking to assemble a team of people. I want you to join it. So I left the Bush administration and joined Colonel Jones's team in Booz Allen Hamilton, and I embarked on my military career. I was given a direct commission. I went through Army training. And I saw things, and nothing I ever talk about is classified. I take my oath as an officer and as someone who's sworn to top secret SCI material very seriously, and I never discuss anything that was TSSCI or anything that could be classified. So I then embarked on a journey with Booz Allen Hamilton, and I worked at the State Department and did counterterrorism work, Special Operations Command. I worked joint interagencies, Pentagon, and I was soon after tapped to go into counterterrorism threat finance. Now that was the job tracking money supplies, tracking terrorists and their banks and their couriers and their networks, and everything that bad guys use to fund their operations against U.S. military personnel. And I was taken down to U.S. Central Command at MacDill Air Force Base, Florida. MacDill is a joint base. You've got special operations. You've got all sorts of operations, SEALs and Green Berets and everything down there. And I went down and started doing a lot of work. And my boss was a guy named Dov Zakheim. How many have heard of Dov Zakheim? Dov Zakheim was the comptroller. You can Google a lot of this stuff in YouTube and what have you. Dov Zakheim was the comptroller at the Pentagon where $2.3 trillion went missing. He's all wrapped up in a lot of the YouTube presentations on the 9/11 shenanigans and all the cover-up and who was really responsible. He's Rabbi Dov Zakheim, by the way. He's got dual citizenship in Israel. And his son is a guy named Roger Zakheim. And Roger Zakheim worked with him and worked at the Pentagon too. He also later went to the House Armed Services Committee. And then he's went to a law firm called Covington and Burling. Covington and Burling will be brought in soon. And I'm starting to mention a lot of these parties, and a lot of it, I'll flip on the web. Actually, I think I can do it here. There we go. This is sort of the matrix of the whole operation. Dov Zakheim hired me, took me down to U.S. Central Command, and I started doing tracking money supplies. I started discovering a lot of contractor fraud, a lot of funny business that was going on with Booz Allen Hamilton and our military. Of course, I was wearing a dual hat. I was a contractor and a military officer, so I had military guys calling me from Iraq looking for support, and I was trying to provide it. I was trying to provide the best services, intel, and everything that we could to keep guys alive, because I thought we were in war. I wasn't looking at it like a contract. I wasn't looking at it like a job. I was looking at it like, you know what? I went and joined the military and joined Booz Allen to serve my country and finish a war that I was told other guys started. But that came to be changed a lot later when I discovered other guys didn't start it. We kind of started it ourselves. But in making a lot of reports and a lot of briefings, I was soon after told to shut up and be quiet and not make noise, and we weren't going to be doing anything new, despite how valuable it was going to be to our guys. And I'll make a long story short. I remember stopping at the gate at MacDill Air Force Base, and I was stopped by military police, and they ordered me out of my car and at gunpoint. Now, I thought this was an operation. I was destined to be deployed. I was going to go overseas. I had a top secret clearance. I was told you're going to be tested, you're going to be stopped, you're going to go through operations to determine, your muster, because you're going to go over to bad guys' land and you may get kidnapped and all that stuff. So I honestly thought I was being part of an operational training module. And the MPs ordered me out of my car. Of course, I asserted all the constitutional rights that Chris Ann Hall so brilliantly articulated. And I was still ordered out of my car at the point of AR-15s. So I got out of my car and I sat. Again, I thought it was a test. And next thing I know, the MPs hold me for 40 minutes outside the base and then order the Tampa police to come and pick me up. And it was a SEAL at Tampa Police Department. They took me back to Tampa Police Department and said, okay, we're going to put you through a DUI program. And I thought, okay, this is part of their operation. And then released me like 8 hours later. All the time I'm thinking this is part of an operation. I drive back to base, I'm ordered out of my car a second time. And I go through the same model. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to turn around and leave. No, you're not. You're going to get out right now. And when someone's pointing a gun at you, you do what they say, especially when in Iraq, guys coming to cross points get shot up very quickly. So I get out of the car, I go into base, and I go through like 12 hours of interrogation. And of course, I don't answer anything, and I'm put into a hot car with the windows rolled up in Tampa, which is quite abrasive. And then I'm put into a cell with my hands behind my back, quite levitated above a chair. I felt like John McCain in his Vietnam experience. And I was then released with a little ticket saying I was barred from base. And then the next day, I was fired from Booz Allen Hamilton, at which point I recognized this was all a setup. There was something afoot. And I then was told to clear out and go back to Washington, D.C. and go back to my Army unit, which I did. And I then called the military and I said, I think there's a misunderstanding. They're telling me my housing form. They came up to me actually and said, your housing form isn't properly filled out and you've got your guns on base and you haven't got them registered yet. I had a gun safe that had just come on. You want to fix it? Thank you. Yeah, it's killing me. So they try to say, well, your housing form you filled out wrong, and your guns were brought on base, and they weren't registered. And I said, well, that was my Battalion S1 doing all the transfer. I was transferring down from Washington D.C. to MacDill, and I just transferred my guns. I had a gun safe. I had a AK-47, a shotgun, and a few pistols and such. I think everybody in this room probably has. And they were all locked up, and they were mine. They were registered. But anyway, they made this charge, and I had an attorney contact me. His name was David Shalala. How many of you know Donna Shalala? That's her nephew. And he said to me, I'm politically connected. I'll make a lot of this go away. It's a big misunderstanding. And I'm thinking it's part of an operation anyway, so I go with the flow. And I go back to my military base, or my military battalion. And here's when they start. Obama had been elected. This is 2010. Of summer of 2010. And they were going about trying to introduce Don't Ask, Don't Tell's reversal in the military, where they introduced homosexuality in the military. And I had worked at psychological operations, and I knew everything about the Islamic culture, mind, and the jihadis. And I wrote a report and sent it up to the White House, the Pentagon, John Boehner, and my command at U.S. Civil Affairs Psychological Operations Command. And I said, if we change this policy, we're basically going to be inflaming the radical Muslim world to recruit new suicide bombers, and our troops are going to be hurt, and it's not a wise policy to change at this point. Well, 1 month after I submitted that report, I was indicted by the Department of Justice. And that indictment said I had made a false statement on a housing form by circling 3 buttons, and my orders hadn't yet been cut. So they said, because your orders hadn't been cut, technically, these circles that you filled out were false, so that's a false statement. And they also said you had guns on base that hadn't yet been registered, so you violated this. And you wore your uniform without authorization. And I thought, how can a civil justice department tell me, an Army officer, that I've worn my uniform? You're not in charge of the military's in charge of the military. Article, I think it was Section 8, or Article 1, Section 8, the military shall do all administrative issues. The military never charged me with anything. The military never even cited me with anything. This was all Obama's Holder Justice Department. And in hearing some of Chris Ann's presentations on the usurpation of power, I was the first to fall in this whole Boston Tea Party shot. I was the black guy that she mentioned who came out. And they took me out. They took me down. They charged me with these 3 things. And again, I'm thinking, is this a setup? This has got to be crazy, because there's no way they can get away with this. I've never been in trouble. I mean, I'm an Army officer with a top secret clearance and worked at the highest levels of counterterrorism. Nah, they got to be doing this for ulterior motives. And I go down to Florida and expecting all this to be thrown out. Motion to suppress. And the law, I'll tell you one thing about lawyers, present company excluded. They are some of the uncreative dullards you'll ever encounter in life. They don't know how to think. They're not creative. They're systematic people. They think in blocks, as Charlie Brown's blockhead appropriately applies to them. And, the lawyers, I'm not, again, the biggest thing about my story and my experience is God was present. In everything that happened to me, God was present. And he was taking me through a process and a place and pounding character into me like an anvil against steel, and was really burning out a lot of the dross. And I was going through an incredible transformation. And I go down to Florida, and I expected all this to be thrown out. None of my documents that I had given my lawyer, David Shalala, he put into the court record. And these are documents establishing who I was with the military, the work I was doing, the top secret clearance, and everything like that. Instead, he kept all of that out. He didn't put me on the stand as I requested. He didn't meet with me until the day of trial. He was supposed to meet with me a week prior. I show up to the courtroom, and he's, oh, yeah, I was busy. Well, this is my life. And I go into court for the next 4 days. I hear this Obama Justice Department federal prosecutor in a federal court, not state. So they violated the laws of Florida. They violated the laws of the civilian population because they took an issue that occurred on Florida land and made it a federal issue, and I wasn't on federal land. So there's a lot of intricacies and legalities involved with this case that lawyers are starting to contact me about and say, well, did they do this? Did they do that? How come you didn't do this? Hey, welcome to my world. I should have done, if I knew then what I knew now, I would have been a gunslinger in the courtroom with words and no one would have walked out of there except me. But I had to go through that whole process in order to learn the skills and learn the knowledge. And what Chrisanna was talking about is beautiful. It's perfect because that material can empower you and how to react and what to know. So I go down to court and I go through this whole monkey trial, and the next thing I know, this is the other funny thing, the prosecutor tried to introduce evidence saying I had dressed up in a police uniform at Fort Myer up in Washington, D.C., which was complete baloney and a lie, but they got it from a Wackenhut security guard. Wackenhut is a CIA operation. So the CIA were coming after me, and I thought, wow, this is pretty cool. I'm pretty high on the hog if someone's pissed off list. And they throw that out at the judge at the beginning of trial to make me look like a crazy guy. And then at the end of the trial, the judge says, well, wait a minute, you had something about him dressing up as a police uniform. And I had an attorney in Washington, D.C. who got a private investigator who did the investigation. They said, no, it wasn't me, and they're making this up. Get the cameras, get everything, you'll find that out. They retracted it at the last minute. The prosecutor, her name was Sarah Sweeney, and her chief, master was a guy named O'Neill. O'Neill prosecuted a guy named Brad Birkenfeld and Swiss bankers and all the shenanigans with UBS and these other banks that I'll come to later. But she retracted that and said, oh, we're having trouble with our witness. But she had already thrown the big pot of spaghetti against the wall. And the judge said, all right, well, and the civilian jury didn't know anything about military procedure, and they just thought, again, the trauma of the Patriot Act and all the stuff that has happened, they thought, this guy's done something. We don't know what, and we're just going to vote him guilty. So a civilian trial voted me guilty of making a false statement on a housing form, wearing my uniform, and having guns unregistered. Now, I thought I was going to have an appeal. I thought I was going to have military lawyers step in. I was going to fire these attorneys and get some new ones. Well, that was all fine in fantasy world, but the reality is they put a big cane around my neck and yanked me into prison. And they put me into a prison for 6 months, and it was quite a hellacious experience. But, again, I looked at it like an Army guy. This is Army training. I'm going to be like in a bamboo cage. I'm going to muster down. Plus, God's leading me for a reason. In the Pharaoh's prison or Jonah and the whale. There's all sorts of analogies. But, we as Christians, we're called to suffer. We're called to fight. We're called not to live a luxury life full of cotton candy and watching The Simpsons and taking alcohol and all that stuff. We're called to be the light and the salt for the other people to see and glow. So I found the prison, to be a ministry, and I was devastated because what it did to my family, because they were traumatized. They thought I was getting raped in the prison and all this stuff. I kept saying, no, nothing's happening. This is all going to work its way out. And the parents and all that, well, I don't know what's going on. And it was traumatic because the media wrote all these lies and nonsense. He's an imposter. He's trying to bring guns on a base. He's going to possibly shoot it up and all this stuff. Well, they pulled me in front of sentencing, and the judge says, make a long story short, instead of 0 to 7 months, which was my guidelines for this thing, they gave me 36 months, an enhancement. And they gave me an enhancement because my guns had brought on a base, and they illegally perverted the law by saying, because he got on a base and he had guns, we're going to give him a gun enhancement, like I had robbed a bank using a gun or done anything using a gun. So they gave me a gun enhancement. Now, the significance of this story is what they've done to me, they can do to you. They can do to your kids. This isn't about me. This isn't about anything that I went through. This is about you. This is about you all using, and the reason I wanted to give you out cards, and I want you to keep these, and if you need more, call me, contact me, I'll give you some. I want you to use this story, this card, as your concrete application, your tool, your experience. This can be your entryway to engage politicians and military people and political people and say, hey, Senator Feinstein, we're all from California here, and I'm from California, so I'm just going to focus on California. You can go up to Senator Feinstein. You can go up to any member of Congress and say, hey, you see this? Yeah. And I was a PSYOP guy, so I know the thing about imagery and symbolism and talisman and all that other stuff. You could show them this and say, this is a story that a soldier, his rights and my rights were violated. His rights as a soldier, his rights as a civilian. My kid serves, or my husband serves, or I served, or whatever. You need to investigate this, and I'm holding you to task. This is a concrete thing. This isn't theory, as beautiful as theory is, and we need to learn the law, and we need to learn application. This is a concrete thing that happened, and it's still happening because it's still in the courts. I'm going back to Florida in the next 30 to 60 days, like Goliath, Goliath going back into, not Goliath, I'm sorry. He was a strong man. Samson, thank you very much. Samson going back into the pillars, and I'm going to push him down, and hopefully I'll survive the event, but I'm going back into a court of Florida law to say all of this was a violation of my constitutional rights. And you violate every American's rights by doing to me what you did. A gross perversion of justice, a perversion of the law. You violated the Uniform Code of Military Justice by attacking me. Only the military can, and on and on and on. But that's a long story of where it is legally. But this can be a weapon for all of you to use. And that's what we're here for, is to gain the experience and the knowledge to be powerful. So you can go, and I just did this with Catherine Baker in California. I stood up and said, hey, I'm a military officer. I wrote a report exposing terrorist financing going to bad guys, and I sent it to 150 to 200 members of Congress and the Senate and the military. No one did anything. I'm giving it to you, and I expect you within a week to report back what you're doing on it. Well, I'll have to look at the jurisdiction. Yeah, you look. You keep looking. But I'm going to be here, and you're going to give me an answer. All of you can do the same thing. So live through this experience and use it to your advantage to protect yourself, protect your kids. So that's what this can do. And anybody who looks at it will go, is this real? Was this fiction? Was this made up? This is real. This is how God works. He uses the foolish things to confound the wise. He has put me in a position that no one in the country has been put. I was a military officer. I was a contractor. I was in the Bush administration. I was the highest levels of command. But of course I was a Christian. So God had his hand on me. He was putting me there for a reason. So I get prosecuted. I get given my sentence. And they're going to whip me out to California. And of course I'm appealing. I fired my attorneys. I start writing the military, doing everything I can to have this thing reviewed. I thought I was going to get out to form an appeal. And they put me on a bus and they shipped me out to Oklahoma to go to California. Well, that's where God's first hand, or second time, he puts his hand in and redirects me. He redirects me to Pennsylvania instead of California. And I go up to Pennsylvania. And that's where the story takes a turn to the miraculous. I meet a Swiss banker named Brad Birkenfeld. Brad Birkenfeld was a Swiss banker who came over from Switzerland to in 2007, 2008, and had 22,000 bank accounts at Union Bank of Switzerland, HSBC, Liechtenstein, Credit Suisse. He was the banker of bankers. He was a smart guy. He was seasoned. He was a civilian, and I don't think he was Christian, but he had been in key positions. He fled and came over to the United States after the CIA had targeted him and put him into a DUI situation to try and get economic espionage information. He packed his bags and came over to the U.S. Edward Snowden was part of that operation. Edward Snowden was a CIA asset at the time, and he had reported that to Glenn Greenwald. If you Google the Glenn Greenwald story, you will see Snowden's revelation of him being in the CIA and them targeting a Swiss banker. That was Brad Birkenfeld. You'll never hear this in the mainstream media. You'll never hear this by the politicians, but that's where you got them by the short hairs, because all this stuff begins to assemble into one nexus, and I'm at the center of the web, and I'm not going away, and I'm telling you the story, and it's all verifiable in documents. So Brad Birkenfeld had come over. He had given his 22,000 bank accounts, had asked for subpoenas. The Justice Department kicked him out, didn't want anything to do with him. He goes to the IRS, the SEC, they don't want him. He finally gets a Senate hearing with Senator Carl Levin, McCain, and then Senator Barack Obama. And he gives all this material. Next thing you know, they prosecute him with what he said. And another interesting thing happened. When he came over, a letter, he had a banker friend of his named Mohammed something who lived in London. He was very wealthy. And he called Brad and said, hey, I'm going to Mexico. I'm going to pick you up in my private plane. Oh, great, I'm in the U.S. Picks up Brad, goes to Mexico. A letter shows up at UBS headquarters, supposedly written by this friend of Brad's. The guy never wrote it. So CIA or NSA, in working in conjunction with the Department of Justice, fabricated a false letter, pretending to be written by his friend, in the hopes of getting him killed or arrested or something. And that came out when UBS got this letter, and it wasn't signed by his friend. It was just dated July 2007 or something. And they said, why did you send us a letter? And the guy said, I never sent you a letter. Send it to me. He sent it to him. He sent it to Brad. Brad went to the Department of Justice. Said, what the hell is this? Oh, we'll get back to you. They never did. Next thing you know, they prosecute him, throw him in jail for 40 months. That's where he met me, was at Pennsylvania. And over six, I couldn't believe it. I knew I was there for a reason. I know he was doing something. And I was on mission. I was fighting in the Army and the defense contracting, trying to find bad guys and their money supplies, trying to find out where the Swiss bank accounts were. Swiss bank accounts are invisible. You'll never find them. And here I go to prison in Pennsylvania, and I run into Brad Birkenfeld, the Swiss banker with 22,000 bank accounts. And I think, God is great. He is powerful. If anything, this could go to anybody who's an unbeliever and say, this was not an accident, it wasn't a planned operation. He was in charge of this, and this is just snowballing now. Brad and I sat down for 6 months, went over every document he had. It even had WikiLeaks cables sent into him. One thing about the federal prison system, we were at a camp, right? A camp, country club. It was just like a college campus, really. And you had, stockbrokers, doctors, lawyers, people that were there. For a lot of them were set up. I mean, if you knew half the truth about how easy it is to be thrown in a prison, especially when you have family and stuff, and the Justice Department says, hey, you better plea or else we're going to put you in for 20 years. If you got a family and kids, all right, I'm going to take a plea and be out in a year and a day. Most guys do that. The sad thing for you is that establishes the precedent, and the island shrinks a little bit more. And now the Justice Department can come to you and do the same thing. But Brad and I went over 6 months and saw all of his documents and compared everything. I said, Brad, are you telling me not one time did anybody in a uniform come and get this from you? And he said, not once, not ever did anybody in the military or the intelligence community debrief me. I said, well, that's my job. I was on the trail of bad guys and their money. You're the goose that laid the golden egg, so let's start writing all this up and send it to the military channels. Because I was still a military officer in prison. I had not been discharged. I was still a military officer. And some people like Susan Lindauer and Barbara Honegger and people that I've met in the 9/11 issue much later when I came out have said, Scott, you were set up. You were sent in there to find this information. I said, well, God may have done it, and maybe he used men to articulate it. But they're convinced that I was sent in to get Brad Birkenfeld and get his material. Because shortly after that, we assembled a report. We sent it up to General James Mattis at U.S. Central Command. And Brad said, sir, I am Brad Birkenfeld. I'm the Swiss banker. I've got 22,000 bank accounts, none of which were shared with you. They all articulate terrorist financing sources. And I know this for a fact because Booz Allen Hamilton is contracted to do that. And I know Scott Bennett was a contractor, and he never got this information. Please debrief me. We sent that up to U.S. Central Command. 30 or 60 days later, after James Mattis started asking questions, he was fired by Obama. And then all the rats started jumping ship from the Obama administration. It was a long sink. But Brad then got out of prison. And 1 month later, on September 11th, 2012, he was paid off $104 million. And he went completely silent. Probably because they threatened him with lead, not just gold. And on that same day, what else happened?
You got out.
No. Benghazi occurred. And everyone in the intelligence community has said Benghazi was done simultaneously with this $104 million payoff. And you can go to the website and you can see the actual briefing that Brad's lawyers gave on September 11, 2012. And you can match it with the Benghazi attacks. Now, the other significant thing is on the Benghazi, that same day, you had a lot of money exchanges between the Benghazi, which now has come out with Larry Claim or Judicial Watch's FOIA. You see a lot of the legal documents that came out on that day, which articulate that Benghazi was not an Egyptian filmmaker issue. It was bad guys that we were employing that were coming in from various sources to usurp and destabilize and kick out of power Muammar Gaddafi. And they were being funded through a lot of Swiss banks and European banks and other banks. But we were funding bad guys, and that came out in the FOIA that Judicial Watch came, and it came from the Defense Intelligence Agency. So the Defense Intelligence Agency wrote a report that said bad guys did this, not an Egyptian filmmaker, and bad guys that are supported by Kuwait, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates, which are basically make up the Wahhabist Salafist powers. So we knew back in those days, September 11th, 2012, that this was something much more. And it's just coming out now. So Hillary Clinton, when she gets up and gives all her lies, well, we know that, the horse is the same color. So that came out. What happened immediately when Brad was released and he was paid off, I didn't drop the ball and I didn't stop. Although I was in prison, I started writing whistleblowing reports up to the military. As an officer sworn to uphold the Constitution, as an officer entrusted by the men under me to protect them with the best knowledge that I knew how, I started filing reports to 150, 200 members of Congress. And I started in the military command system. I wrote it up to General Jeff Jacobs, who was my commander at U.S. Civil Affairs Psychological Operations Command, his assistant, Lieutenant Colonel Bauckham Folk, Fort Bragg, and then I started filing up to Martin Dempsey, General Martin Dempsey, General Ray Odierno, the Pentagon Inspector General, Lynn Halbrook, and then I went on to all the committees, the Armed Services Committee, House and Senate, the Judiciary Committee, the Foreign Relations Committee, the Homeland Security Committee, and Peter King and Howard Buck McKeon, and of course Senator Dianne Feinstein and Senator Barbara Boxer and John Boehner, and the list is lengthy, and not one of them ever responded. Now, mind you, I'm not a milkman. I'm not a car mechanic coming saying, hey, I have a theory. I am an officer of the United States Army in prison with a top secret clearance, and I've got the credentials from State Department, SOCOM, everywhere. So if anybody knows this business, it's me, because that's what I did for a living. No one responded. No one asked for questions. No one asked for a debriefing, and they just let it sit. And for the next 2 years, I wrote at a typewriter, like Snoopy on the Charlie Brown cartoon comic. I'm typing letters and sending them off to every congressman and senator and military person I can, pleading for this information. And then, all the Benghazi and all this stuff started rolling out. Well, what was interesting is Edward Snowden got wind of the reports that were going out in December, or probably November. And soon after that, we all know he packed his bags and fled over to Russia and trying to get to Cuba, and they stopped, or to Ecuador, and they stopped him. So Snowden was significant because he was part of Brad Birkenfeld's operation in Geneva, Switzerland. He was also a Booz Allen Hamilton contractor with the people that I worked with at Hawaii and NSA surveillance operations. So Snowden saw our reports, recognized Birkenfeld, recognized me, packed his bag, and fled. No one will ever report that. There's some other figures that are connected with this, like Jesselyn Radick. Jesselyn Radick represents Snowden now. She also represented Brad Birkenfeld, the Swiss banker. And her and a lot of these government accountability projects and these nonprofits in Washington that proclaim to be whistleblowing organizations, they've never responded to any of this. So there's a lot more funny business involved with them. But I was filing all this up the chain of command. No one responded except one person. Can anybody guess who that one person was? Senator Rand Paul. Senator Rand Paul was the only one, and of course it was a tepid letter. It wasn't anything demonstrative. It wasn't coming over a white horse as Gandalf in Lord of the Rings. But he said, you're going to have to take this to the Pennsylvania people, and that was it. But he was the only one, which may be his only saving grace. But everyone else, including Heritage Foundation, including Family Research Council, everybody who calls themselves a conservative, no one did anything. And I also wrote this to everybody at Fox News. Of course, I'm a conservative, and I'm a Republican, and I'm fighting on the right side of truth. I'm expecting Fox News to come riding in draped in the flag, trying to, what happened? Why is this guy here? What's he got? I wrote Laura Ingraham, Hannity, O'Reilly, Greta Van Susteren, Chris Wallace, everybody. And I know their address by heart, 1211 Avenue of the Americas, New York, New York, 100-1. No one at Fox News did anything, wrote a single letter, didn't investigate a single thing. So they're all basically going to have to give an account at some point, but they're all on the chopping block because they were informed. The only media that ever interviewed me was Michael Isikoff and a guy named Tom Hamburger from the Washington Post. Michael Isikoff was NBC News, and he had called and talked to a family relative of mine and said, well, what's this guy about? And my family relative had said, you better get up there and interview him or else somebody else is going to. Well, he thought, oh, I don't want to lose the money. So they came up to Pennsylvania and interviewed me. And they thought they were going to interview a contractor that was off the reservation. If you recall, someone had shot up a Navy yard like a month or so before in Washington, D.C., and they were going to come in and say, oh, here's another contractor who's in prison. Well, they came up, and I gave them all this information. I said, I'm here illegally. I'm here unconstitutionally. I'm a military officer. I was in terrorist financing. I filed all these reports, and no one's done anything. Here they are. You report them. You do something with them. And Michael Isikoff and Tom Hamburger for 2 hours are looking at me, not saying much, and they walk out, tail between their legs, sort of pale. They don't write a single word, nor do they return any of my documents, despite the numerous times I tried to get them back and wrote them. So, again, all these people, everybody in the room can challenge and say, what, I know about this story, and I know about you, and I know about your cover-up, and what have you got to say? And they're all going to be on the defense. But it's important to use this as you remember the movie Saving Private Ryan? When the infantry breached through the breach and shot up the hill, they put a bandolier that blew up the barbed wire, and everybody could pour in through that opening. Well, this is the bandolier that blows up the opening for everybody to pour through, because it's got politicians, it's got military, it's got media that have all basically violated the Constitution. And what's important is, it's not about me. It's about there's money that Swiss banks have been paying to bad guys in the Middle East, ISIS now, that we've known about since 2012, and we have not shut it down. We haven't even investigated it. We haven't debriefed Bennett or Birkenfeld to say, what have you got? And how many kids are dead from 2012 that we're serving? How many kids have lost their arms, their legs? How many of your kids, perhaps, or your neighbor's kids? And if someone in here has lost a kid in 2012, 2013, I'm sorry to say that kid may be dead because the money that bought that ordinance was bought through these banks that these guys in Congress knew about in 2012 and have done nothing. So that's a treasonable offense in my book. And I can't wait until we have the opportunity to go up and accuse them of treason and do some of these colorful legal acrobatics that Kristen Hall articulates. Michael Hastings, I sent him all of my stuff, and I pointed out, here's what's going on, Hastings. McChrystal was part of my chain of command in special operations and PSYOP, and Hastings got all this material. I think it was within 2 months he was killed. Yeah. So Hastings is connected to this, and I'm not I certainly don't go into the conspiracy thing, but I know the facts, and I have the document material to prove it, and it's very odd and crazy that some of these things have happened. Now this is interesting too, and you can't make this up. UBS and HSBC are all known for terrorist financing. Well, they are represented by a law firm called Covington and Burling. Covington and Burling in Washington, D.C. Covington and Burling employed Eric Holder and Lanny Breuer before they went into government. They now employ them again because Lanny Breuer and Eric Holder have recently went back to Covington and Burling. So it's important because they prosecuted Birkenfeld, the Swiss banker, who came to them and said, I've got all this terrorist financing information, money laundering information, Lanny Breuer and Eric Holder working with Hillary Clinton, because Brad showed me State Department cables, and I said, Brad, I was at the State Department when these cables were written. I was in the middle of it. So Lanny Breuer and Eric Holder and Hillary Clinton, in her power as Secretary of State, conspired to prosecute Birkenfeld, hide his information, and threw him in jail. Then Lanny Breuer and Eric Holder went back to Covington and Burling, so they're still representing Union Bank of Switzerland and HSBC. Talk about a conflict of interest. Another interesting thing was Roger Zakheim, the son of Dov Zakheim. Dov Zakheim, my boss at Booz Allen Hamilton. Dov Zakheim, the $2.3 trillion comptroller. His son, Roger Zakheim, was at the House Armed Services Committee as general counsel when my reports were going up to the Armed Services Committee, exposing his dad, exposing Swiss banks, exposing Booz Allen Hamilton, exposing this whole drama, hoping that someone was going to wear the Constitution and do their job. Instead, he sabotaged the reports. Nothing got up there. That's not been brought into a court of law yet, but it will be soon in Florida when I go back. And I'm bringing all of this to say, Your Honor, this is fraud on the court. There's major conspiracy that's involved. I want you to open the books on this whole thing, and it's being introduced as an ineffective assistance of counsel. That's your constitutional right. When you have an attorney that does not represent you, you get a chance to go back into court and say, Had you known, had this attorney done this properly, I would never have been charged. I would never have been convicted. So that's the instrument that I'm going to use to get back into the courtroom. But Roger Zakheim sabotaged the reports, and then he went to Covington and Burling to work also. So Covington and Burling represents Roger Zakheim, Lanny Breuer, Eric Holder, and Michael Chertoff, the Secretary of previous Homeland Security, who also made those nice little airport scanners that everybody has to go through. So you've got quite a colorful group of characters that are up there right now. So that's where things kind of stand right now. Is all these cats have been herded back to Covington. Obama and McCain and all these politicians are abreast of it. Judge Napolitano on Fox News has recently started to come out and talk about the same stuff that I supplied him personally. I sent it to Napolitano 2 or 3 times when I was in prison, when I got out. I have not let this go, and I will not let this go until I am dead and then back up with my Father in heaven, because this is such a critically important battle that we need to expose and advance on, because every politician that's been touched by this, who's failed to have a hearing, who's failed to investigate this, is culpable for treason. Recently, we have, and I've done a lot of interviews on various radio shows and internet media, Caravan to Midnight, John Wells, Kathy Rubio, and others, and I've told the story. One of the most useful things that I've done that everyone in this room can do, and that is you get Skype capability on your computer, and you call these members of Congress, and you say, "Member of Congress, I'm calling on behalf of myself. I know a report about an Army officer who exposed terrorist financing that's been killing our soldiers. What have you done about it?" And I've got a couple books up here. One is Shell Game, and that's the whole story, and it lists all the senators and all that, and everybody I outreach to, and lists the whole story of Birkenfeld and myself. The other book is Exhibits, and that's a book about 2 inches thick of every letter that was ever sent to a member of Congress or the media. So you've got all sorts of people, senators and congressmen, who are included. The letters that went to them that said this is connected to Benghazi, this is connected to Swiss banks, this is connected to the Hillary Clinton Foundation, who's now run by Donna Shalala. So Donna Shalala, who heads up the Clinton Foundation, that's getting money from a lot of these Sunni Salafist country banks, Donna Shalala's nephew represented me. In an interesting story, this David Shalala, all this is starting to break. I mean, the whole thaw is like a river that's starting to pour through, because this guy, David Shalala, called the U.S. Probation Office like a month ago and tried to say that I had created websites pretending to be him, as if I had done identity theft or something. And the probation officer said, "I got this weird call from this guy." I said, "That's an absolute lie. They are all panicking because this is going back into a courtroom." But I say that to share with you the depth of the fear and the depravity and the lies that are behind these people in these areas of power. David Shalala, Donna Shalala, Hillary Clinton, Lanny Breuer, Eric Holder, McCasey, who was the prior Attorney General, and in the military. It saddens me to say that we've got military officers, and that was the biggest letdown of all, that I didn't have military officers jump in and say, Bennett belongs to us, you can't prosecute him. Bennett's found stuff that we need because it's killing our soldiers. No one in the military stood up and did anything. The last time I talked to Yusa Kapok at Fort Bragg, Lieutenant Colonel Bauckham Folk, when I'm talking, saying, "Sir, I just got out of prison and I've got all this material. No one's done anything. Can you do something?" Clank. He hung up on me. So it's treasonable, and if you've had kids that have been hurt and killed, this is how serious this is. It warrants a lot of reevaluation and contacting these people. But as I got out of prison, I started hitting the ground again and sending out letters and doing Skype calls and recording the calls, and I've uploaded everything onto the YouTube channel, so you can actually see the calls that I made, and the script is there that you can use to make your own inquiries. And the key is using this as an offensive operation, as something that you have a duty to articulate and challenge to your member of Congress, because you've been grieved, you've been injured, You have been wounded. You have been hit in the eye. What are you going to do about it? I hope you will stand up and say, I will not be hit in the eye. You did this to this guy, and you did it to me. You did it to my kids. You did it to my future, and I'm not going to tolerate it. What have you got to say, Senator Feinstein? What have you got to say, Howard Buck McKeon? I don't care if you're out of Congress. I don't care if you're not a committee person. You were when this went out in September 25th, 2012. And how much blood has been spilt from September 25th, 2012 to now? That's the price that they need to pay with their own political skins. And I hope you will be strong enough to go and skin them for us. I'll end by simply saying this is something that I hope you will review and take up and see where you can apply it. It's meant to be a tool for you to use. This is an operation for us to really kind of take back our country and challenge the political forces and hopefully raise up new leaders. Everyone in this room, you have an opportunity to go back to your churches, create a ministry group. With that ministry group, then go engage the other institutions in your community, be it police, be it political, be it Chamber of Commerce, be it your schools, and build the small teams. Alexis de Tocqueville said the beauty of America is the strength of our small organizations and communities. Use this as a rallying cry to build synergy and to demand accountability. And you can get all the material on the website and my contact information. I'll just go through this real quick. The interesting connection, Julian Assange of WikiLeaks supplied all this material in the WikiLeaks cables to Brad Birkenfeld. Brad Birkenfeld, of course, met me in prison. We started going through everything, and then Snowden goes over to Russia and takes off. And the connection is the Carlyle Group. That was the father company. It's connected with George W. Bush. It's the overseeing company of Booz Allen Hamilton. Ian Brzezinski, Mike McConnell, Michael Hayden, Leon Panetta, they're all Booz Allen people. Snowden and Scott Bennett were Booz Allen. Military, these are all the people at U.S. Central Command, U.S. Civil Affairs Psychological Operations Command. These are all the U.S. Congress committees, House and Senate, that I sent reports to. I spent like $1,000 on mailing stuff and letters and stamps at a typewriter, all of which are documented. Armed Services, where Roger Zakheim worked. Intelligence Committee, Homeland Security, Judiciary, all the media, Fox News people. These are the intelligence agencies that were connected with Snowden. These are the two banks, Union Bank of Switzerland and HSBC, biggest financiers of terrorism. Covington and Burling, that's the law firm in Washington that represents them. Michael Chertoff is now with...
So I want to give a big hand to Scott Bennett there, God bless him for choosing to be somebody that does the right thing. He was put in a bad position, and he stood up for what's right, and he paid for it. And here he is now. He stood his ground, and he did what was right. And I hope every American could take a lesson from him. Good video and a good story. I didn't catch, he said... He talked to Mattis, and then Mattis was paid off $104 million after being fired, and then Benghazi happened. I wonder if that was sort of a distraction. One was supposed to distract from the other, I don't know. It's an interesting story, and someday when we have time, there's this 3-hour documentary about it that's really awesome, but it's long. So I want to take a minute just to show you some other things, relax a little, have some fun. Got a couple good videos to go still. Let's check one out. This is funny.
Okay, why is this happening to me on a Monday? I'm in a Waymo car.
Connected to rider support. This call may be recorded for quality assurance.
This car is just going in circles.
Hi there, Mike. This is Gab. I'm calling from Waymo Support. I'm just calling because I received a notification that your car might be experiencing some routing issue. Please bear with me while I am...
Yeah, I got a flight to catch. Why is this thing going in a circle? I'm getting dizzy. Look at what it's doing.
I understand. I'm really, really sorry, Mike. We're currently working with the situation of the vehicle. Is it circling around a parking lot, right?
It's circling around a parking lot. I got my seatbelt on. I can't get out the car. Has this been hacked? What's going on? I feel like I'm in the movies. Is somebody playing a joke on me?
understand.
And I got a flight
No,
to
it's
catch.
not. I understand, Mike. I'm really sorry for this. We're working with this, but by any chance, do you have an access to your Waymo app right now? Do you have an
Yeah.
access? Okay. Now I'm gonna be pulling the car over while we are trying to assist the car. Oh, hold on, just a second.
Oh my goodness. I just better not be late for the flight. You guys are going to take care of the flight. That part.
I'm really so sorry. that
Yeah,
we're
because this is
working with the
crazy.
car.
This is crazier.
I apologize. If you have your app pulled up, I need you to tap My Trip in the lower left corner of your app.
Can't you just do it? You should be able to handle it. Take over the car. You don't need my phone.
I don't have an option to control the car.
Oh
Mike,
my
I'm really so
gosh.
sorry about this.
Well, can you
I'm
stop
pulling
this
the
car?
over. I am trying
My
to pull
goodness.
it over right now. Apologies.
Looked like it was sort of stopped at one point for another car. I'd have jumped out unless maybe the door's locked. I don't know anything about it. That sucks, doesn't it? Man 1, technology 0. Let's see. I'll start with this next.
We're moving from dark to light. This is the Great Awakening. People of the world have woken up, and the light has shined on the darkness, and the darkness cannot hide from it. All the darkness can do is panic. All of the systems the darkness had in place to control us are going to crumble. The fear, the corruption, the greed, the wars and rumors of wars, the hate, the technology, media propaganda, the child trafficking, and the slave economy. All of these control systems will crumble down. The darkness will collapse in only a few countries at first, but other countries will soon follow. We will unite against the dark. How will it be walking into the light after thousands of years of darkness? it's game over for the darkness. Are you ready for the light? Welcome to the new Earth. Where we go one, we go all.
I want to see them heal the earth really bad. I want us to be able to heal the earth really badly. I want to plant stuff everywhere. Gardens, farms, crops, animals. Clean the air, clean the water, clean the food. It's so much bigger than people can really imagine, even. I think some people aren't ready to imagine yet because they're too afraid of the fall if they're wrong. I don't know. Alright, next I want to show you this conversation John Rich had about these trials
for the enemy. Here we go.
Really interesting, potentially, with if Kamala had won versus Donald Trump winning, whether it's Epstein, whether it's Diddy. It's fascinating that these lists have been hidden for such a long time.
Who's hidden them? Where are they?
Exactly.
No, do you know where they are?
I don't know.
Where do you think they are? What entity do you think has those lists?
Well, the people in the White House currently.
Think the FBI has it?
Absolutely. I think they
What
all
do you
have
think will happen if Kash Patel is running the FBI? You think he'll tell us?
So that's my reason and why when people say, well, gosh, Oprah and all these people and Barack Obama, all these people that are lining up to support Kamala Harris, just like that, when no one was there before.
Yeah.
To me, and this is maybe going to get me in trouble, but I said there's a big reason why so many of these celebrities have lined up to support Kamala Harris, because they know that if he gets back in office, he's going to fix some of these things and these lists will be released. This is literally just my guess.
There is a lady sitting in prison right now because she was supplying children to adults, but supplying children to nobody. She was supplying children for sex to nobody.
Apparently.
Because nobody's been arrested.
Apparently.
But the lady supplying the nobodies that have been arrested is currently sitting in federal prison, supplying children to no one. I think the reason that you haven't seen those lists yet is because there are Republicans on that list. There's Democrats on that list. There's probably preachers on that list.
Going to blow up
all
this
kinds
country.
of people, judges, all kinds of
All the
people that
athletes.
nobody wants the list to come out. It's mutual destruction all the way around, and that's why you haven't seen those lists. But I find it so ironic that there is a woman sitting in prison for supplying children to no one.
To no one. Exactly.
So we're sick of that. And honestly, that's the number one thing that needs to be taken care of first, is busting the pedophiles, throw them in jail or worse. Jesus Christ said you'd be better off to have a millstone tied around your neck and be thrown into the sea than to ever hurt one of these kids. I mean, that came out of the Son of God's mouth. He said you'd be better off dead than to do that, okay? That's what he thought about it. America's never going to get the blessings of God again until we end child trafficking. End it, end the people doing it, end the money, and everything that makes that thing tick. When Tom Homan says, yeah, we're going to go get the national security threats, yes, we're going to go get the hardened criminals, but I'm going to find those 300,000 kids that are missing in the United States right now. I'm going to find them. I'm going to get them back to their families. I went, ding, ding, ding. There you go, Tom. That's what I wanted to hear, Tom.
A lot of folks wanting to hear this. I've had recent conversations with amazing folks who have been really paying attention.
So I just wanted to show you that little clip there. Thought it was kind of interesting. We'll move on. Not too much left here. I think it's cold outside until I saw this guy. His arms look pretty red to me. Looks like he's going to get frostbite. That wind sounds pretty gnarly. That right there is straight up insane. I just thought I'd share that with you. Alright, let's check out this short video from the General.
That's all right. That's all right. I'm General Mike Flynn, and I'm here at Avery County Airfield, and I'm with Dan Nunez. And Dan basically has taken on an extraordinary leadership role in what I would consider one of the most monumental, heroic type tasks that I've ever experienced. And I've been all my years of humanitarian assistance operations, combat operations around the world. What you see behind me is a small component of that, and this is a large hangar on Avery County Airfield, and it kind of stretches all the way down. And Dan's running the operation here with nothing but volunteers. So, Dan, what caused you to, what caused? Well, first of all, you live right up the road here.
Yes, sir. So we live about 5-10 miles from here, and then we moved up here about 4.5 years ago. And when the disaster hit, I know we were lucky enough to have a generator. However, when it came, I didn't feel propane, so I got to see the full effects of the storm like everybody else. It took us about 3.5 days to cut our way off our hilltop with our local neighbors. So the first thing we did is ran out and got supplies to kind of help out. And then as supplies were running low, we're pushing them out to other distro centers. We came back, and there was a crew here bringing in aircraft, and they didn't know exactly how to handle the land part of it all. So I took charge and told them, hey, I'll handle it. You bring them in and we'll get going. And from then on out, it's been nothing but volunteers coming in and pushing supplies. We started out with 1 pallet of water. Now we're at this full hangar, 3 tractor trailers that we're able to use for storage. And now we have 4 20-foot mill vans we're able to use for storage. We're trying to get it to where the people can last the winter. So we're not doing weeks at a time. We're doing months at a time.
Well, so you need more volunteer help,
Yes,
actually.
sir. We need more volunteers. 30 a day would be great. And then we need support from the communities out there. There's still people in need out here. We need canned goods. We're good on water for right now, but in the next couple weeks, we're going to start needing water again. Big thing is canned goods, no diapers and everything like that. We have a full list of priority needs. It's more survivability, sustainability stuff, heaters.
When I got here yesterday, so I arrived early yesterday afternoon, and where we're standing, and cars will start rolling in here in a minute. We had probably about 50 cars, and people just give their lists, and these guys go and get give them as much as they can to help them out, and then these folks go back out to their homes. And what I saw yesterday is actually a desperate situation. It's really, really bad. I mean, it's hard to describe. But just one other thing on Dan. It's Dan and his wife Paula, and they have 2 children here, a 14-year-old and a 13-year-old. I just was.
So what is up with this situation exactly? Why is this still happening? Why has North Carolina been ignored, and LA's getting all this money, hundreds of thousands and millions in government money? Can Biden even do that?
Today is January 10th, 2025. I'm going to start this video out by saying that we're praying for California. We've had several people make the trip across coast to come volunteer here with us with Valley Strong Disaster Relief. I'll be the very first to admit that before September 27th, I would see a natural disaster and I would think, oh, that sucks. Then I would go on about my life. That's because I'd never been affected by it. My mindset has completely changed since Hurricane Helene, and I'll spend the rest of my life being involved in some sort of storm relief and trying to pay back the hearts of the volunteers and to help the victims. This morning I saw a post made by the leader of the free world. He said that he was announcing that the federal government would cover 100% of the cost of measures to protect the lives and property in Southern California for the next 6 months. He told the governor and officials to spare no expense and do whatever they need to contain the fires and protect families. I hope that happens. I wouldn't wish what happened here on anybody, not even my worst enemy. What about Appalachia? We are 105 days in since one of the most devastating storms known to mankind. We are still supplying our own campers and shelters while paying mortgages on piles of rubble. We are still running our own supply hubs with phase 1 items to many people that lost everything, including their homes and their jobs. We still have bridges out Only 4% of the debris has been picked up. You heard that right, 4%. Many businesses are bankrupt with insurance denying their claim. We have a polar vortex slamming western North Carolina while people are going through 10 gallons of propane a night, wondering where they're going to get their next tank. Every single thing that we the people have done for relief efforts so far has been nothing but a mere Band-Aid to stabilize our communities until proper help arrives. So with all that being said, I hope LA does get fixed. In the meantime, we'll be right here fighting for each other. But when you're done there, don't forget about the backbone of America. Don't forget about Appalachia. Our taxes are paid too.
That's horribly sad. It's horribly wrong and extremely disrespectful for Biden to even do something like that. It's pretty sick is what it is. Alright, so before we go tonight, I'm going to play this video about January 6th.
After a year of bullshit, lies, and narrative twists, there's only one thing that's clear about January 6th. The left-wing media propaganda machine would have you believe this was the Thunderdome of white supremacy. In one corner, you have all the white supremes from around the country. Multicultural white supremes even. Asians, black white supremes. In the other corner, you have the systemically racist police checking these people for their white privilege cards. Somebody's card was expired. Somebody should have got all the Hodge twins. This guy here in the blue, his card's good till next year. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. These racist pigs need to respect the star-spangled stormtrooper. He didn't get dressed up for nothing. That's right. That's right. Ah, the narrative's been twisted so many times it doesn't matter what I tell you. Your brain won't let you believe me. Like, what the hell do I know anyway, right? It's not like I was there. Front row and center, tip of the spear. I can tell you, this was a peaceful protest. Mostly peaceful. At this point, nothing had happened. That's me, center stage. Walk up to that cop, say, "How you doing? Back to blue, officer." No big deal. Obviously, this other cop didn't hear me because BAM! Just pushes me for no reason. Yep. Get sprayed with mace. Turn my back. Now, on that day, there's one thing these people are deathly afraid of. And that's the sleeping giant woke up. They woke up and they're finally sick of this shit. But it didn't start that day. No, it started with one guy. One asshole decided to fuck everything up. Let's go back where this began.
Whoa! That is some group of people. Thousands. So nice. Thank you very much. That's really nice. Thank you. It's great to be at Trump Tower. It's great to be in a wonderful city, New York. And it's an honor to have everybody here. This is beyond anybody's expectations. There's been no crowd like this. And I can tell you, some of the candidates, they went in, they didn't know the air conditioner didn't work. They sweated like dogs. They didn't know the room was too big because they didn't have anybody there. How are they going to beat ISIS? I don't think it's going to happen. Our country is in serious trouble. We don't have victories anymore. We used to have victories, but we don't have them. When was the last time anybody saw us beating, let's say, China in a trade deal? They kill us. I beat China all the time. All the time. When did we beat Japan at anything? They send their cars over by the millions. And what do? When was the last time you saw a Chevrolet in Tokyo? It doesn't exist, folks. They beat us all the time. When do we beat Mexico at the border? They're laughing at us, at our stupidity. And now they're beating us economically. They are not our friend, believe me. But they're killing us economically. The U.S. has become a dumping ground for everybody else's problems. Thank you. It's true. And these are the best and the finest. When Mexico sends its people, they're not sending their best. They're not sending you.
Nobody in their right mind at that time could have imagined that one single voice saying, "We need you," would have blown up into millions of people. This asshole sure didn't see it coming. He's just happy he had something to report about. Yeah, the media sure used Trump. They backed him in the beginning so they could go after the rest of the Republican candidates.
In the center of the stage tonight, businessman Donald Trump.
Right from the jump tonight, Donald Trump made waves.
Is there anyone on stage, and can I see hands, who is unwilling tonight to pledge your support to the eventual nominee of the Republican Party and pledge to not run an independent campaign against that person? Mr. Trump.
I cannot say I can totally make that pledge. If I'm the nominee, I will pledge I will not run as an independent.
So tonight you can't say if another one of these...
This is what's wrong. I mean,
Okay.
This is what's wrong. He buys and sells politicians of all stripes. He's used to buying politicians.
Well, I've given him plenty of money.
You've called women you don't like fat pigs, dogs, slobs, and disgusting animals. Your Twitter account...
Only
lists
Rosie
several-
O'Donnell.
No, it wasn't.
I think the big problem this country has is being politically correct.
Fucking hey right, Donnie. I think it's important to mention at this time that Rand Paul was my #1 pick. And his response, as politically correct as you can get.
I want to collect more records from terrorists, but less records from innocent Americans.
When you're sitting in a subcommittee just blowing hot air about this, you can say things like that.
You fundamentally misunderstand the Bill of Rights. I don't trust President Obama with our records. I know you gave him a big hug, and if you want to give him a big hug again, go right ahead.
Go ahead, Governor.
And you know, Senator Paul, the hugs that I remember are the hugs that I gave to the families who lost their people on September 11th.
At this point in our story, I know exactly 3 things about Donald Trump. He's an obsessed businessman that had a TV show that I never fucking watched. And this guy fucks. And then on the other hand, we have Rand Paul, which I know quite a bit about. A true constitutionalist. When this guy was born, he didn't get a pacifier. His dad put the Bill of Rights in his mouth. It's a beautiful wife, beautiful family, educated as can be. I mean, she's cute. She ain't no Melania. But, here we go.
First of all, Rand Paul shouldn't even be on this stage. He's number 11. He's got 1% in the polls, and how he got up here, there's far too many people. Anyway, as far as temperament, and we all know that, as far as temperament, I think I have a great temperament. I built a phenomenal business with this. What I am far and away greater than an entertainer is a businessman, and that's the kind of mindset this country needs to bring it back, because we owe $19 trillion right now, $19 trillion, and you need this kind of thinking to bring our country back. And believe me, my temperament is very good, very calm, but we will be respected outside of this country. We are not respected now.
Mr. Senator Paul, your name has been invoked.
I kind of have to laugh when I think, sounds like a non sequitur. He was asked whether or not he would be capable and it would be in good hands to be in charge of the nuclear weapons, and all of a sudden there's a sideways attack at me. It's been an honor to participate in the 2016 Republican presidential primary. I'm proud of our principled campaign and the thousands of young people that have been energized by our message of limited constitutional government. Ours has been a unique voice in this race, one that says big government threatens Americans from all walks of life, rich and poor, black and white, from the
blah, 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 blah. Trump was right. Should have known then. Yeah. I'd like to take a second, though, and just reflect, man. Just have this vision of what if at that moment Rand Paul and Donald Trump teamed up together? Can you imagine Rand Paul handling the COVID pandemic? Oh my. Oh, Fauci'd be in jail. Shit, Hillary'd probably be in jail too. The election wouldn't have got stolen. Oh, so many things would have been different. They could have united and taken back our country together. They could have defeated this evil witch. But just like an episode of Game of Thrones, let's kill the one guy that could have saved the entire world in the first fucking scene. Huh. Oh well, the show must go on. We have bigger fish to fry.
I got a response.
You'll have a chance. Maria will pick up the question.
He called me a liar. You're saying I can't respond to being called a liar?
Go ahead and respond.
You know, what we're seeing with Donald, there's a reason Harry Reid thinks he's the best Republican up here. There's a reason Jimmy Carter said he would support Donald Trump over me, because he said Donald Trump is malleable. He has no fixed set of beliefs, whereas Ted Cruz is not malleable. And every time anyone points at Donald's actual record, what he said on national television, Donald yells liar. Let me tell you something. Falsely accusing someone of lying is itself a lie, and it's something Donald does daily.
Go ahead, Mr. Trump.
I watched the lobbyists. I watched what this man did to Dr. Ben Carson, who I respect, in Iowa, where he said that Ben Carson is out of the race. He has left Iowa, and he's out of the race. And I thought it was disgraceful. And got a lot of votes because of that. A lot of votes took him away from Ben Carson. I watched that. Probably took him away from me, too. But I watched it. I also watched where he did a form that looked like it came right out of a government agency. And it said on top, voter violation. And then it graded you, and it scared the hell out of people. And it said the only way you clear up the violation, essentially, is to go and vote for Ted Cruz. I watched that fraudulent document, and I said it's the worst thing I've ever seen in politics. To me, that was even worse than what he did to Ben.
Senator Cruz.
I know politicians, believe it or not, better than you do, and it's not good.
Oh, I believe it. No, I believe you know politicians much better than I do, because for 40 years you've been funding liberal Democratic politicians. And by the way,
I funded you.
The
I
reason
funded him.
You're welcome to have the check back.
I funded this guy.
Because let's be clear.
Him a check.
Yeah, you gave me $5,000.
You never funded me.
And by the way, let's be clear. Donald claims to care
you know why? I didn't
about
want to, but he sent me his book with his autograph.
Donald, I understand rules
Mr.
are very
Trump,
hard
you're
for you.
doing
They're
a great
very confusing.
job. I have his book.
Okay,
on your reality
Trump,
TV show, not in
Thank you for the book.
Donald,
thank you for the book. Go ahead.
Donald, you can get back on your meds
There's a lot of
now.
fun up here tonight, I have to tell you. Thank you for the book. I really appreciate it.
Donald, relax.
Go ahead. I'm relaxed. You're the basket case. Go ahead. Go ahead. Don't get nervous. Go ahead.
My name
I promise
is,
you,
my
Donald,
name
there's
is
nothing about you that makes anyone nervous.
You're losing so badly.
watching this.
You don't know what's happening.
Gentlemen.
Wolf, I'm going to ask that my time not be deducted when he's yelling at
Gentlemen.
Control.
Okay, now.
The latest debate,
hold on,
gentlemen,
I'm going to
please.
get my answer. He doesn't get to yell at the whole time.
I want to move on. These are the rules.
He called me a liar and then interrupted the whole time.
You've had a chance.
Wolf, do I not get a response? Do I not get a response without being...
Yeah, the Rhinos sending their master debater, and the Don mopped the floor with him. No respect for this man, none. Now, for the main event, the one that really got my attention.
I was against it once it was finally negotiated and the terms were laid out. I wrote about that in...
You called it the gold standard. You called it the gold standard of trade deals. You said it's the finest deal you've ever seen.
No.
And then you heard what I said about it, and all of a sudden you were against it.
Well, Donald, I know you live in your own reality, but that is not the facts.
And look at her website. You know what? It's no different than this. She's telling us how to fight ISIS. Just go to her website. She tells you how to fight ISIS on her website. I don't think General Douglas MacArthur would like that too much.
The next segment, we're continuing
Well,
the
at
subject
least
of
I have a plan to fight ISIS.
No, you're telling the enemy everything you want to do.
No, we're not.
See, you're telling the enemy everything you want to do. No wonder you've been fighting. No wonder you've been fighting ISIS your entire adult life.
Last night, the United States brought the world's #1 terrorist leader to justice. Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi is dead.
I will release my tax returns against my lawyer's wishes when she releases her 33,000 emails that have been deleted. As soon as she releases them, I will release my tax returns.
You had supported the war in Iraq before the invasion. What makes your judgment?
I did not support the war in Iraq.
2002.
That is a mainstream media nonsense put out by her because she, frankly, I think the best person in her campaign is mainstream media.
My question is, since you
would you like to
supported it,
hear?
why is your
I was
why is your
against the war.
judgment-
Wait a minute. I was against the war in Iraq, just so you put it out.
The record shows otherwise,
The record
but why
does not show
why
that.
is your
The
judgment
record
any?
shows that I'm right.
Earlier this month, you said she doesn't have, quote, a presidential look. She's standing here right now. What did you mean by that?
She doesn't have the look. She doesn't have the stamina. I said she doesn't have the stamina. And I don't believe she does have the stamina. To be president of this country, you need tremendous stamina.
Well,
Bitch, die, motherfucker, die. Time's up, bitch. Close your eyes. Go to sleep, bitch. Wow, you still alive? How many times I gotta say, close your eyes? Go to sleep, bitch. Die, motherfucker, die. Bye, motherfucker, bye. Go to sleep, bitch. Wow, you still alive? Why? Die, motherfucker. Go to sleep, bitch.
Nervous on purpose to hurt your focus. You understand that?
No, I didn't say that at all. I don't think you understood what was said. This was locker room talk. I'm not proud of it. I apologize to my family. I apologize to the American people. If you look at Bill Clinton, far worse, minor words, and his was action. Hillary Clinton attacked those same women and attacked them viciously. 4 of them here tonight.
but he never apologizes for anything to anyone. He owes our country an apology, and he needs to take responsibility for his actions and his words.
But when you talk about apology, I think the one that you should really be apologizing for, and the thing that you should be apologizing for, are the 33,000 emails that you deleted and that you acid washed. And then the 2 boxes of emails and other things last week that were taken from an office and are now missing. I didn't think I'd say this, but I'm going to say it. And I hate to say it. But if I win, I am going to instruct my Attorney General to get a special prosecutor to look into your situation, because there has never been so many lies, so much deception. There has never been anything like that.
No, it is, it's just awfully good that someone with the temperament of Donald Trump is not in charge of the law in our country.
Because you'd be in jail.
Secretary Clinton.
You know?
And wouldn't you know, just like that, me and the Don become best friends. It's at this time I do declare the single greatest achievement of Donald Trump was saving us from listening to this psycho fake cry with her little acceptance speech. Thank you, Donald Trump. In my opinion, Hillary Clinton is the very first person to blame for January 6th. Had she not radicalized the left-wing media and weaponized them against the American people, we would have never had January 6th. This started with her lies, the Russia collusion, and propaganda.
You know, I gotta say, over the past 8 years, even this past 4 years, I think we've all learned a lot from it, and that's exactly what the point of it happening the way it did happen. And in some ways, I think we should be thankful for that. Either way, I mean, it is what it is now, but I think the country and the world have come a really long way. And I know a lot of us worry about whether it's for better or worse, for good or for evil, but I think a lot of that's going to be on us in the coming years and decades. So, we'll see how we do. We got to hold together, stay positive, and fight the good fight and not give in. People like Scott Bennett that stand up for what's right and what's good. All right, guys, so that's it. That is all I got for you tonight. You guys are the absolute best as always, and it's been fun as always. I love you guys. Take care of yourselves. Have a good night, and I will see you again tomorrow. And don't forget, Donald Trump, the last witch hunter. I don't know what that means, but I thought it was a good picture. I love you guys, for real. Thank you for being here. I think I might even have an outro for you. Outro, intro. I will see you guys tomorrow.
We covered freedom. We did not spend enough time talking about the children. Because God loves the little children most of all. I got some notes here. Bear with me while I read them. Matthew 19, verses 13 through 15. Then were there brought unto him little children, that he should put his hands on them and pray. And the disciples rebuked them. But Jesus said, Suffer little children and forbid them not to come unto me, for of such is the kingdom of heaven. It's time for this country to face the truth, the good, the bad, and the ugly. They are killing our children. You can talk about Q, but let's talk about you. Let's talk about your responsibility to the children. Child sex trafficking is the pandemic. Pedophilia is the pandemic. They are sacrificing the children to worship Satan. It's got to stop. And it's got to stop because you, the people, are not going to tolerate it. You, the people, are going to protect the little children.
I want to make it clear today that my administration will focus on ending the absolutely horrific practice of human trafficking. And I am prepared to bring the full force and weight of our government to the federal and at the federal level and the other highest levels, whatever we can do in order to solve this horrific problem, getting worse, and it's happening in the United States.
Put your loving hand out, baby, 'cause I'm begging. I'm begging, begging you to put your loving hand out, baby. I'm begging, begging you to put your loving hand out, darling. denied. When I was king, I played it hard and fast, I had everything. I walked away, you want me then. But easy come and easy go, and it wouldn't. So anytime I bleed, you let me go. Yeah, anytime I feel, you got me, no. Anytime I see, you let me know.
Because God is a God of love.
I'm on my knees when I'm
God is a God of
begging, 'cause I don't
wrath.
wanna lose you.
And when you mess with the little children, watch out. Because your day is coming soon.
Begging you, put your love in the hand now, baby. I'm begging you, put your love in the hand now, darling. I need you to understand. Try so hard to be your man, the kind of man you want in the end. Only then can I begin to live again. An empty shell I used to be. The shadow all my life was hanging over me. A broken man that I don't know. Won't even stand, that never stands to be my soul. Why we're chilling, why we're chasing, why the bottom, why the basement, why we got good, she don't embrace it. Why the feel for the need to replace me? You're the wrong way, trying to good. I went up in a feature town where we could be at. Like a heart in the best way, shit. You can give it away, you have, and you take the bait. But I keep walking on, keep opening the door, keep open for that the dog is yours, keep also home. Cause I'm the one that live in a broken home, girl, I'm begging. Yeah, I'm begging you. So put your love in the hand now, baby. I'm begging you. So put your love in the hand now, darling. I'm fighting hard to hold my own. Just can't make it all alone. I'm holding on, I can't fall back. I'm just a call, but your face is black. I'm begging you. Put your loving hand out, baby. I'm begging you. So put your loving hand out, darling. I'm begging you. So put your loving hand out, baby. I'm begging you. So put your loving hand out, darling. I'm begging you. So put your love in the hand out, baby. I'm begging you. So put your love in the hand out, darling. I need you to understand. Try so hard to be your man, the kind of man you want in the end. Only then can I begin to live again.
Every lie will be revealed, and that includes every lie about what they've been doing to our children.
All my life was hanging over me. A broken man that I don't know. Won't even stand, that never stands to be my soul. Why we're chilling, why we're chasing, why the bottom, why the basement, why we got good, she don't embrace it. Why the feel for the need to replace me? You're the wrong way, trying to good. I went up in a feature town where we could be at. Like a heart in the best way, shit. You can give it away, you have, and you take the bait. But I keep walking on, keep opening the door, keep open for that the dog is yours, keep also home. Cause I'm the one that live in a broken home, girl, I'm begging. Yeah, I'm begging you. So put your love in the hand now, baby. I'm begging you. So put your love in the hand now,
The truth. God is truth, and truth is God.
Just can't make it all alone. I'm holding on, I can't fall back. I'm just
let Newsweek write about that tomorrow.
I'm begging,
but if you don't protect the little children, you protect no one.
Put your love in
protect the little
out,
children.
Baby. I'm begging you. So put your love in hand out, darling.
Here you go, Newsweek. Watch us. There you go.
So put your love in hand out, baby. I'm begging.
They've accused me of being a QAnon conspiracy theorist. Why? Because they're telling you that I am a bad messenger. They're trying to attack me because they can't attack Q, because Q is the truth. This is about the children, for God's sakes.
Do your research.
I'm here to do good. I'm not a destructive person.
Why do they see you as a threat?
I think every strong woman in history has had to walk down a similar path, and I think it's the strength that causes the confusion and the fear. Why is she strong? Where does she get it from? Where is she taking it? Where is she going to use it? Why do the public still support her?
Goodbye, England's rose. May you ever grow in our hearts. You are the grace that placed yourselves where lives were torn apart. You called out to our country, and you whispered
Not cues.
to those in pain. Now you belong to heaven, and the stars spell out your name. And it seems to me you lived your life like a candle in the wind, never fading with the sunset when the rain set in. And your footsteps will always fall here along England's greenest hills. Your candles burned out long before your legend ever will.
Patriot Alliance.
Good.
I want you to get up now. I want all of you to get up out of your chairs. I want you to get up right now and go to the window, open it, and stick your head out and yell, "I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take this anymore!"
stopped into a church. I passed along the way. Well, I got down on my knees and I pretend to pray. You know the preacher like the cold. He knows I'm gonna stay.
Alexa, what are they saying about JFK, the second coming of Christ?
From Substack.com. One woman at the rally told a reporter that, what we're learning is that JFK, when he was shot here, he was the second coming of Jesus Christ, and he was resurrected 4 days later, and he's been living in witness protection as well as his son and more than 900 others.
The very word secrecy is repugnant in a free and open society. And we are, as a people, inherently and historically opposed to secret society, to secret oaths, and to secret proceedings. For we are opposed around the world by a monolithic and ruthless conspiracy that relies primarily on covert means for expanding its sphere of influence, on infiltration instead of invasion, on subversion instead of elections, on intimidation instead of free choice. It is a system which has conscripted vast human and material resources into the building of a tightly knit, highly efficient machine that combines military, diplomatic, intelligence, economic, scientific, and political operations. Its preparations are concealed, not published. Its mistakes are buried, not headlined. Its dissenters are silenced, not praised. No expenditure is questioned, no rumor is printed, no secret is revealed. That is why the Athenian lawmaker Solon decreed it a crime for any citizen to shrink from controversy. But I am asking your help in the tremendous task of informing and alerting the American people, confident that with your help, man will be what he was born to be, free and independent.
down. All that nasty crap is going away. It's happening a whole lot faster than you can imagine. It's gonna happen so fast, it's gonna blow your mind. It's like, when's it here yet? It's gonna come yet? It's gonna come yet? When it gets here, it's gonna mow your ass over. Oh my God, it's going fast. Oh my God, look, God, it's going fast. I never thought it would go this fast. That's what it's gonna be like. Trust me. Because there's so much stuff coming. It's just gonna keep pouring in like an avalanche. Just pouring in. That's what it's going to be like. And it's going to kick your ass mentally. Little sparks can go off in your head, you know. Oh my God, I can't believe I was such a dumbass. That's what you're going to say. I guarantee it. Because I know a lot more about what's going to happen than you do.
I seem to recognize your face, haunting, familiar, yeah. I can't seem to place it. Cannot find a candle of thought to light your name. Lifetimes are catching up with me. All these changes take place. I wish I'd seen the place, but no one's ever taken me. Hearts and thoughts, they fade away. Hearts and thoughts, they fade away. I swear I recognize your breath. Memories like fingerprints are slowly erasing. Me you wouldn't recall, or I'm not my father. It's hard when you're stuck upon the shelf. I changed by not changing at all. Small town predicts my fate. Perhaps that's what no one wants to see. I just wanna scream hello. My God, it's been so long. Never dreamed you'd return, but now here you are, and here I am. My hearts and thoughts, they fade away. 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 Hearts and thoughts,
Lightning crashes, a new mother cries. Hopeless until it falls to the floor. The angel opens her eyes. The confusion sets in before the doctor can even close the door. Lightning crashing, an old mother dies. Her intentions fall to the floor. The angel closes her eyes. The confusion that was hers belongs now to the baby down the hall. Oh, my feeling coming back again, like a rolling thunder chasing the wind, forces pulling from the center of the earth. I can feel it. Lightning crashes, a new mother cries. This moment she's been waiting for. The angel opens her eyes, pale blue colored eyes, presents the circle, puts the glory out to hide. Oh, my feeling coming back again, like a rolling thunder chasing the wind, forces pulling from the center of the earth. I can feel it. I can feel it. I can feel it coming back again, like a rolling thunder chasing the wind, forces pulling from the center of the earth. I can feel it. I can feel it coming back again, like a rolling thunder chasing the wind, forces pulling from the center of the earth. I can feel it. I can feel it coming back again, like a rolling thunder chasing the wind, forces pulling from the center of the earth. I can feel it. I can feel
The most important thing people need to realize is that the next 40 years are going to be nothing like the last 40. The people that are in La La Land, they'll find that out. Nothing can be further from the truth. It was going to be hell on earth. Well, guess what? Somebody said they were going to do something. And they're going to follow through with it. Because he said, there's a plot in this country to enslave every man, woman, and child. And before I leave this high and noble office, I intend to expose that plot. That was JFK. And right now, as crazy as it sounds, he's the president of the United States of America. You'll find out.
Is that Jesus?
Shower in the dark day, clean sparks diving down, cool on the waterway, where the baptized drown, naked in the cold sun, breathing life like fire.